Between 1066 and 1485, over 20 million English peasants lived their entire lives without ever sleeping on a real bed, bathing regularly, or travelling more than 10 miles from where they were born. Disease was rampant, violence was commonplace, and survival was never guaranteed. Here's what life was really like in medieval England. Before the story, if these help you sleep, like or subscribe would be cool. Also drop where you're listening from and the time. I check the comments and it's crazy seeing people from like Australia and Norway on the same video. We're heading to medieval England in a minute. First though, get comfortable. Seriously, take a second. Adjust whatever needs adjusting. You're not going to want to move once we start. Your eyes crack open to complete darkness. The smell hits you first. Smoke from last night's fire, unwashed bodies, and the unmistakable reek of the animal pen just outside. You're lying on a straw-filled pallet on the packed dirt floor of a one-room cottage. The year is 1248, and you've just woken up in an English peasant village. The straw mattress pokes through the threadbare wool blanket, jabbing into your back. Something's crawling across your arm, probably fleas. Actually, definitely fleas. Medieval England is basically a flea paradise. Everyone has them. Kings have them. The Archbishop of Canterbury has them. You've got them. They're just part of life. Your entire family is still asleep around you, all piled together on the floor for warmth. Personal space, not a thing in medieval times. Privacy, forget about it. Everyone sleeps in the same room, does everything in full view of each other. The concept of privacy won't be invented for, like, another 500 years. It's cold, like, see your breath cold. The fire in the central hearth has died down to embers overnight. Getting that fire going again is literally your first survival task of the day. No fire means no warmth, no cooking, no survival. Unlike your temperature-controlled bedroom with its cozy thermostat, heat in medieval England is never a guarantee. Is it morning yet? Your youngest sister whispers, her small body shivering against yours. Almost, you murmur back. Can you hear the cockerel? When that rooster crows, your day begins whether you want it to or not. The darkness outside suggests it's just before dawn, maybe around 4:30 in the morning during summer. No sleeping in, ever. Medieval peasants rise before the sun, work until it sets, then collapse into exhausted sleep. Your stomach growls painfully. You're always at least a little hungry. That's just the default state of being for about 90% of the population in this time. The gnawing emptiness in your belly is so constant you barely notice it anymore. I should mention here that historians estimate the average medieval peasant consumed between 1,500 and 2,500 calories daily, but those calories came almost entirely from bread and ale. Imagine eating basically nothing but bread and drinking weak beer for most of your life. That's medieval nutrition for you. You carefully extract yourself from the pile of sleeping bodies and move to the hearth. Rekindling the fire is delicate work. If you fail, you might have to go to a neighbour's house to borrow embers, which is embarrassing and costs you precious time. You kneel down and gently blow on the remaining coals, adding tiny scraps of dried straw and the smallest twigs. The ember glows brighter. A wisp of smoke curls upward. You hold your breath as a small flame appears, catches and grows. Thank God. No, literally, thank God. In medieval England, even getting a fire started successfully is considered divine intervention. Everything in your life is filtered through religion. Every moment, every action, every thought occurs within the framework of an all-powerful God who's judging your every move. Got the fire going? Your father grunts, sitting up on his own straw pallet. He's 40 years old, which makes him ancient by medieval standards. Half his teeth are gone, his back is permanently stooped from decades of field work, and he's probably got at least 3 untreated chronic conditions that nobody has names for yet. Yes, father, you respond, feeding the precious flame with slightly larger sticks. Most men in your village don't live past 45. Women often die even younger, frequently in childbirth. Child mortality? Let's not even go there. The fact that your youngest sister made it to age 5 is legitimately impressive. You can probably hear a baby crying somewhere in the village right now. Statistically speaking, that kid has maybe a 50-50 shot of seeing its 10th birthday. Your mother stirs now, immediately transitioning from sleep to work without a pause. There is no such thing as me time in medieval England. No self-care Sundays, no reading in bed with a cup of tea. You wake up and you work until you sleep again. That's the deal. The bucket's empty, your mother says, reaching for the household's single water vessel. We'll need water for the porridge. This is your cue. You're on water duty this morning, which means a quarter-mile walk to the village well. You grab the wooden bucket, mentally preparing yourself for the early morning chill. Wait, I should point out something that might surprise you. Medieval people weren't actually afraid of water itself, contrary to some myths. They just bathed way less frequently than we do, maybe a few times a year. They'd wash hands and faces somewhat regularly, but full-body immersion? Special occasions only. You step outside into the pre-dawn gloom. The ground is muddy beneath your feet. You're not wearing shoes, by the way. Peasant children often went barefoot most of the time. Even in cold weather, shoes are expensive. You might get a pair for winter, but they'll be uncomfortable. Wooden clogs or simple leather wrappings. Nothing like the cushioned, supportive footwear keeping your feet cozy right now. The village consists of maybe 30 similar one-room cottages clustered around a muddy central path. Smoke rises from a few chimneys. Someone's cow moos mournfully from a nearby pen. The air smells of wood smoke, manure, and the peculiar earthy dampness that seems permanent in England. As you walk toward the well, you pass the village's open drainage ditch, basically a small stream of sewage running through the centre of the settlement. The concept of sanitation as we understand it doesn't exist. People throw waste into the streets and let rain wash it away. Or not. The smell in summer can be overwhelming. "Watch yourself, boy," a voice calls out as you nearly collide with the village reeve, the man who oversees work on the Lord's lands. He's already up and about, planning the day's labour. You're on ploughing duty today. North Field, don't be late or it'll be the switch for you. You nod respectfully, keeping your eyes down. Hierarchy is everything in medieval society. Everyone has their place, and stepping out of it has consequences. The reeve might be a peasant like you, but he has authority, and authority is to be respected always. At the well, you lower your bucket on its rope, hearing the distant splash when it hits water. As you begin to crank it back up, another villager joins you, Agnes, the miller's daughter. You've known her your entire life, which isn't saying much since neither of you has ever left this village. "Morning," she says, yawning. "Heard the wolves last night." "Again?" you ask, suddenly alert. "How close?" "Thomas says they got one of his sheep," she replies, "just outside the palisade." This is concerning news. Wolves, bears and wild boars are genuine threats in medieval England. The countryside isn't the romantic pastoral landscape of fairy tales. It's partially wilderness, filled with dangers both animal and human. Speaking of human dangers, banditry is common on the roads between villages. Another reason people rarely travel far from home. The King's Peace is a concept, not a reality for most ordinary folks. Justice is haphazard at best. You haul up your filled bucket, the weight of it straining your arms. Clean, fresh water, one of the most precious resources in your world. The village well is communal, one of the few things shared by all. If it ever dried up or became contaminated, it would be catastrophic. Your family will use this single bucket of water carefully throughout the morning, for cooking porridge, for washing faces, for cleaning essential items. Nothing gets wasted. The modern concept of turning on a tap and having unlimited clean water would seem like inconceivable magic to you. You look up at the sky as you walk back. The first hint of dawn is breaking, a faint lightening at the horizon. Birds are beginning their morning chorus, and the village is coming to life around you. More smoke rises from chimneys. Children appear in doorways. A pig squeals as it's shooed out of someone's garden patch. Did you hear about old what? A woman's voice drifts from a nearby cottage. Found him dead in his bed yesterday, just didn't wake up. God rest him, replies another voice. That's the third this month, must be the bad air. Death is an everyday companion in medieval England, not an abstract concept or something hidden away in hospitals and funeral homes. It's right here, constantly, in your face. People die young, they die suddenly, they die from things we could easily treat today. A cut might kill you if it gets infected. A bad tooth could lead to your death. Winter itself is a deadly season for the very young and old. Back at your cottage, your mother takes the water and pours some into the family's only cooking pot, which hangs over the now crackling fire. Breakfast will be pottage, a thick porridge made from whatever grain is available, maybe flavoured with herbs if you're lucky. Meat is rare, perhaps appearing on your table once a week at most. Your father is pulling on his boots now, actual leather boots, which marks him as not the poorest person in the village. He'll head out to the fields soon, where he'll work until dusk. You'll join him after you've eaten, spending the day behind a heavy wooden plough. Church bell, your mother notes as the distant sound of the parish bell reaches your ears. The church marks time in medieval life, dividing the day into canonical hours. Most peasants can't tell time in the way we understand it. There are no clocks in homes. Your day is structured by bells, sunlight, and the rhythm of necessary tasks. As your mother stirs the bubbling pottage, you realise how different her face looks compared to modern women her age. She's perhaps 35, but looks 60 by our standards. Hard work, multiple pregnancies, poor nutrition, and no healthcare have taken their toll. Her teeth are worn down, her back bent, her hands gnarled with early arthritis. Will Father Martin give out alms today? Your sister asks hopefully, referring to the village priest. Perhaps, your mother answers, though her tone suggests otherwise, if the Lord's tithe was generous. The church is both spiritual guide and practical authority in your life. The local priest is likely the only literate person you regularly encounter. You, like about 99% of the population, cannot read or write. Information comes to you orally through sermons, proclamations, and stories passed down through generations. Your older brother enters the cottage, having already been out feeding the family's most valuable possession, a single milk cow tethered behind your home. If the cow stays healthy, you have milk and cheese. If it dies, your family faces potential starvation. The bailiff's coming today, he announces grimly. Tax collection. A collective groan fills the small space. Taxes in medieval England aren't annual forms you file. They're men who show up and demand payment, sometimes taking it by force. Your family owes taxes to both the lord of the manor and the church, typically about 10% of everything you produce. Failure to pay can result in punishment or imprisonment. We'll need to hide some of the grain, your father mutters. Tax evasion. It's a medieval tradition too, though getting caught could mean a whipping or worse. The porridge is ready, and your mother spoons it into wooden bowls, the family's only dishes. No plates, no cups, no cutlery beyond perhaps a single knife that everyone shares. You eat with your fingers or perhaps a wooden spoon, sitting on the floor or on simple stools. The porridge is bland and lumpy, but it's hot and filling. You won't eat again until midday, when you might have bread and ale in the fields. The concept of 3 square meals didn't exist. Medieval peasants typically ate 2 meals daily, with the larger one at midday during their brief rest from labour. As you eat, you notice your youngest sister scratching vigorously at her scalp. Lice, another constant companion in medieval life. Nearly everyone has them, along with the fleas I mentioned earlier. Personal hygiene as we understand it doesn't exist and wouldn't necessarily help much given the general conditions. Stop scratching at table, your mother scolds, though table is a generous term for the rough wooden board balanced across 2 logs where the porridge pot sits. It itches, the girl complains. We'll check for nits tonight, your mother promises, which means the excruciating process of having your hair combed with a fine-toothed comb to remove lice eggs. Medieval parents did care about their children's welfare. They just had very limited means to improve it. Outside, the village is fully awake now. Through the open door, you can see people moving about their morning routines, women carrying water or tending gardens, men heading to the fields with tools over their shoulders, children chasing chickens or pigs that have escaped their pens. Your father finishes his porridge and stands, stretching his aching back. "Time," he says simply. That single word means your brief morning respite is over. The sun is up, which means work begins in earnest. You quickly finish your food, grab your cap, a simple cloth head covering, and prepare to follow your father to the fields. Don't forget to take the offering to the church, your mother reminds you, handing over a small bundle containing a few eggs, your family's tithe for the week, another obligation that cannot be ignored no matter how poor you are. As you step outside again, the full reality of medieval English village life surrounds you. This is a world without privacy, without comfort, without security. Every day is a struggle for survival. Every season brings new challenges. Planting in spring, weeding in summer, harvesting in fall, simply staying alive in winter. Yet despite all this, medieval village life had a rhythm and community that's largely vanished from our modern world. These people facing hardship together created bonds we can scarcely imagine. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone depends on everyone else. The individualism we take for granted would seem alien and dangerous to your medieval self. The morning sun illuminates the village now, glinting off the dew-covered thatch of the cottages. Women gather at the well, sharing news and gossip. The medieval version of social media. Children play in the dirt with simple toys made from sticks and stones. A dog barks somewhere and chickens scatter in its path. You follow your father toward the north field where the day's labour awaits. Your back already aches in anticipation of the hours of ploughing ahead. But complaining isn't part of the medieval mindset. This is simply life, the only one you've ever known or expected to know. The church bell rings again, marking the hour of prime. Another day in medieval England has truly begun. Time to put your back into ensuring your family's survival for one more day in a world where nothing, not food, not health, not even tomorrow, can be taken for granted. Meanwhile, up on the hill overlooking your village stands the Lord's Manor House, a world away from your existence, though barely a mile distant. There, people are just waking to a very different kind of medieval life, but that's a story for another time. The weight of the wooden plough handle digs into your calloused palms as you reach the north field. The oxen low impatiently, their breath steaming in the morning air. Your father nods once, and together you begin the first furrow of the day, taking the first steps of what will be countless miles, walked behind this plough before the sun sets again. And as the heavy blade cuts into the soil, you can't help but glance up at the vast sky overhead, the same sky that people everywhere, in every time, have looked up at in moments of wonder or despair, the same sky that hangs above your bed right now as this medieval world slowly comes to life in your imagination. Up on the hill, in stark contrast to your muddy village below, morning arrives differently at Thornfield Manor. The Lord's residence isn't a castle. Those massive stone fortresses are for the truly wealthy nobles. No, this is a manor house, still impressive by your standards, but modest by aristocratic ones. Dawn filters through actual glass windows. Yes, glass, that impossibly expensive material that no peasant home would ever have. The pale light falls across a massive oak bed where Sir William de Thornfield stirs beneath layers of fine wool blankets and linen sheets. Unlike your straw pallet on the dirt floor, his bed stands on a wooden frame, raised off the ground, with a feather mattress that cost more than your entire family will earn in several years. Sir William doesn't wake to the smell of animal pens and smoke. His chamber smells of beeswax candles, herbs strewn across the floor rushes, and the lingering scent of last night's expensive imported incense. The manor still isn't what we'd call clean by modern standards. It's drafty, smoky, and yes, there are still plenty of fleas, but it's a world apart from village conditions. "My lord?" A quiet voice breaks the silence as a servant enters the chamber. This is Thomas, Sir William's personal attendant, already dressed and prepared for the day while his master is still abed. The hour grows late. Late, it's barely past dawn, but for the nobility, time works differently. While you've been up labouring since first light, the aristocracy typically rises later, one of the many privileges of rank. Sir William grunts, rolling over. He's 45 years old, ancient by peasant standards, but merely middle-aged for a nobleman with access to better nutrition and less physical labour. He has most of his teeth, though they're stained from wine and sweets. His hands have never gripped a plough, never planted crops, never done the hard physical labour that bends peasant backs by 30. "The bishop's messenger arrived at first light," Thomas continues, moving to open the wooden shutters wider. He awaits your response. This gets Sir William's attention. Church politics matter, especially to someone of his station. He sits up, revealing a linen nightshirt. Yes, medieval nobles had special clothes just for sleeping, unlike peasants who simply wore the same clothes day and night until they literally fell apart. "Bring wine," Sir William orders, running a hand through his thinning hair, "and summon Father Ambrose. I'll need his counsel before I meet this messenger." Thomas bows slightly and exits, leaving Sir William to his morning routine, which, I should mention, looks nothing like your own. There's no rush to rekindle fires or fetch water. Servants handle all that. The Lord's morning begins with being dressed by others. Yes, actually dressed by servants, as if he were a child. Nobility didn't generally dress themselves if they could help it. While Thomas fetches wine, not water, mind you, but wine for breakfast, another servant enters with a silver basin and pitcher. Morning washing for nobility is slightly more thorough than for peasants, though still minimal by our standards. Sir William rinses his face and hands, then uses a cloth to dry himself. "Is Lady Eleanor awake?" he asks the servant. "Yes, my lord, in the solar with the children." Medieval noble marriages were primarily political and economic arrangements, though that doesn't mean affection was impossible. Sir William and Lady Eleanor have been married for 20 years, producing 4 living children, an impressive survival rate compared to peasant families. 2 sons and 2 daughters, ranging from 8 to 18 years of age. Thomas returns with wine in an actual glass goblet, another display of wealth. Most peasants drink from wooden cups or horn vessels. Glass and metal drinking vessels are status symbols. The steward requests your guidance on the tax collection, my lord, Thomas says, as Sir William sips his morning wine. There have been difficulties in the North Village. Your village. The difficulties likely mean your neighbours can't pay what's demanded without starving. Sir William frowns. Again, send Morris with armed men. The taxes will be paid. And there it is, the casual cruelty of the medieval system. From Sir William's perspective, these aren't real hardships. Peasants are always complaining, always trying to keep more than their share. The fact that a bad harvest might mean actual starvation isn't his primary concern. Shall I lay out the blue tunic or the embroidered brown? Thomas asks, opening a massive oak chest that contains more clothes than your entire village owns collectively. The blue. The bishop's man should be reminded of our status. This is how medieval nobility thought. Everything was a display, a performance of rank and power. The colour and quality of clothing instantly communicated your place in society. Sir William's blue tunic is dyed with expensive imported woad, decorated with fine needlework, and lined with squirrel fur. One outfit represents more wealth than most peasants would see in a lifetime. They're saying Walter Miller is shorting the flour again, says another servant who's entered with a tray of bread and cheese, a light first meal before the main breakfast to come. Have him brought up for the Manor Court next week, Sir William replies between bites. Another fine should remind him of his obligations. Manor courts were how local justice worked, the lord or his representative passing judgment on everything from minor disputes to serious crimes within his domain. There was no impartial justice, no concept of equality before the law. The system was explicitly designed to maintain the social order, with the lord's interests always prioritized. Wait, I should explain something here. Medieval society was based on a concept called the Great Chain of Being, a hierarchical structure where everyone had their divinely appointed place. God at the top, then angels, then kings, nobles, commoners, animals, plants. Moving out of your assigned station wasn't just socially unacceptable, it was considered an offence against the natural order, against God himself. My lord, Lady Eleanor requests your presence at breakfast, Thomas says, after Sir William is dressed in all his finery. She wishes to discuss Mistress Catherine's betrothal. Catherine is their eldest daughter, and at 15, well past the age when medieval nobility arranged marriages. For aristocratic families, marriages were business deals, political alliances, and property transfers all rolled into one. Love? A happy coincidence if it happened, but hardly the point. As Sir William makes his way through the manor house, the contrast with your cottage becomes even more stark. The floors here are wooden, covered in fresh rushes mixed with herbs to mask odours. Tapestries hang on walls to cut draughts and display wealth. Actual furniture, tables, chairs, chests, benches fill the rooms when most peasant homes might have only a stool or two. Yet despite these luxuries, the manor is still recognisably medieval. Smoke from open hearths blackens the ceilings. The hallways are dark, even during daytime, lit by expensive beeswax candles rather than the smelly tallow ones peasants might use on special occasions. Even with glass windows, the interior remains gloomy and draughty. Sir William enters the hall where breakfast is served. This isn't the great hall where formal feasts occur, but a smaller family dining area, still larger than your entire cottage. Lady Eleanor sits at the table with their youngest son and daughter, while servants hover nearby. William, finally, Lady Eleanor says. She's 42, which for a noblewoman who's survived multiple childbirths is quite remarkable. Unlike peasant women, she hasn't been broken by field labour, though childbearing has taken its toll. Her clothing is even more elaborate than her husband's, a sign of the family's wealth and status. The bishop's messenger arrived, Sir William explains, taking his seat at the head of the table. What does he want this time? More donations for the cathedral? Lady Eleanor asks, her tone suggesting this is a frequent request. I haven't met with him yet. I wanted breakfast first. The meal before them would seem like an impossible feast to your peasant family. Fresh bread made from refined white flour, not the coarse dark bread peasants eat, cheese, eggs, cold meats from last night's dinner, fresh fruit preserves sweetened with honey, and wine, yes, wine with breakfast. Because water isn't trusted, even by nobility. Catherine's betrothal cannot wait much longer, Lady Eleanor says, cutting directly to her concern. Lord Blackwood's son will not remain available forever. The dowry they're asking is reasonable. 20 silver marks is hardly reasonable, Sir William counters, tearing a chunk of bread. And I've heard rumours about the boy's character. All young men have character, Lady Eleanor dismisses with a wave of her hand. You certainly did. Besides, his father holds the king's favour. The connection would be valuable. This is how medieval noble marriages worked, calculating advantages, weighing costs and benefits, forming alliances. Catherine herself, though educated by medieval standards, she can probably read a bit, do basic household accounts and manage servants, has minimal say in who will become her husband. Is Catherine to marry? Asks little Margaret, their 8-year-old daughter, looking up from her bread and honey. Yes, sweet, Lady Eleanor says, and someday you will too, to a fine lord with a grand estate. Margaret wrinkles her nose. Will I have to leave Thornfield? Of course, her mother replies matter-of-factly. You'll go to your husband's home and run his household, just as I came here to run your father's. For noble daughters, this was the expected path, leaving home young to marry men often much older, moving to unfamiliar places, bearing children as soon as physically possible. Their value lay primarily in their family connections, fertility, and the lands or wealth they brought through dowries. Father Ambrose, my lord, a servant announces, and the household priest enters the hall. Unlike the village priest who serves your community, Father Ambrose is well-fed, educated, and primarily serves the noble family rather than peasant parishioners. Many wealthy households maintained their own chaplains, adding to their status and ensuring convenient religious services. The bishop's messenger brings concerning news, Father Ambrose says, declining food with a gesture. There are rumours of heresy in Thornfield village. Sir William's expression darkens. Heresy, religious dissent, was taken extremely seriously in medieval England. It threatened not just religious orthodoxy, but the entire social order. Whose house? He demands. The widow Cooper is said to be practising pagan rituals, the priest says quietly. Healing with herbs and speaking old incantations. That old woman, Lady Eleanor interjects. She delivered half the village's children. Her remedies cured Margaret's fever last winter when your prayers failed. Father Ambrose stiffens. My lady, such talk borders on dangerous ground. The bishop is sending an investigator. This exchange reveals a fascinating aspect of medieval life, the uneasy coexistence of official Christianity with folk practices that stretched back to pre-Christian times. Healers like Widow Cooper existed in nearly every village, using herbal knowledge passed down through generations. Sometimes tolerated, sometimes persecuted, they walked a dangerous line. "I'll speak with the village reeve," Sir William decides. "Have the woman warned she can take her remedies to the next county before the investigator arrives." This surprisingly merciful decision isn't purely compassionate. A heresy investigation would bring unwelcome attention to Thornfield, disrupt the village workforce, and potentially reflect poorly on Sir William's management of his estate. Medieval nobility often made practical compromises between official church positions and local realities. "The bishop will expect hospitality," Father Ambrose reminds him, "and generous contributions to the cathedral fund." Sir William sighs. Of course he will. Very well. After breakfast, Sir William makes his way to the manor's great hall where the day's business awaits. Medieval noble life wasn't all feasting and hunting. They were essentially administrators of their estates, responsible for justice, security, and ensuring productivity from their lands. The steward, effectively the manor's chief operating officer, waits with account rolls, long parchment scrolls recording rents, harvests, expenses, and obligations. Unlike most peasants, these administrative staff are literate, handling the increasingly complex record-keeping that medieval governance required. "The mill needs significant repairs before winter, my lord," the steward reports, "and the bridge on the East Road collapsed during last month's rains." "Costs?" Sir William asks, examining the neat columns of figures. £8 for the mill, 3 for the bridge, plus labour services from the villages. These are enormous sums in medieval currency. For context, a skilled craftsman might earn £2 in an entire year. This casual discussion of spending £11 on repairs represents wealth that most people can scarcely imagine. Approve both, Sir William decides. Draft the labour requirements from the South Village. The North needs to focus on bringing in the harvest. This is feudalism in action, the lord maintaining infrastructure that benefits everyone, but using his authority to command unpaid labour from his peasants to accomplish it. They'll be required to work on the bridge and mill alongside their regular farm duties, stretching their already limited time and energy. As the morning progresses, more petitioners arrive seeking Sir William's attention, a merchant requesting permission to sell goods at the village market, a neighbouring knight's representative discussing boundary disputes, a craftsman offering expensive silverwork that Lady Eleanor might desire. "My lord," Thomas interrupts quietly, "the bishop's messenger awaits." Sir William sighs and sets aside the estate accounts. "Send him in." The messenger enters, a thin, austere man in clerical robes who bows precisely the minimum amount required by courtesy. "Sir William," he begins formally, "Bishop Clarence sends his greetings and prayers for your household's continued health and prosperity." "And I return the good bishop's greetings," Sir William responds with equally formulaic courtesy. "How may Thornfield serve the church?" The messenger gets to the point. The bishop embarks on a visitation circuit next month and requests 3 nights' hospitality for himself and his retinue of 15. Sir William carefully maintains his expression, though this request represents a significant expense. Hosting a bishop and his entourage means preparing the finest foods, providing the best accommodations, offering suitable entertainment, and presenting expensive gifts. It could easily cost several pounds, but refusing is not an option. "Thornfield is honoured," he replies smoothly. "We shall prepare accordingly." The bishop also wishes to discuss your contribution to the cathedral's new south transept. He recalls your generous pledge of £20. £20, an astronomical sum that Sir William definitely did not pledge, but accusations of lying would be both useless and dangerous when dealing with church authorities. "I shall review my obligations with the steward," he says diplomatically. After the messenger departs, Sir William summons his steward and chamberlain for an emergency conference. "We need £20 for the bishop. Where can we find it?" The chamberlain looks pained. "The taxes from the North Village are already allocated for winter stores, my lord." And "We can't divert from the bridge and mill repairs," the steward adds, "not without risking greater costs come spring." Sir William paces the hall, thinking, increase the mill fees. Every villager pays an extra penny to grind their grain. The steward hesitates. "My lord, after last year's poor harvest, the villagers are already struggling with existing fees." "Then what do you suggest?" Sir William snaps. "Should I refuse the bishop? Perhaps explain that my peasants' comfort comes before the church's needs?" This tense exchange illuminates the complex pressures faced by medieval nobility. While their lives seem luxurious compared to peasants, they're caught in their own web of obligations, expectations, and financial demands. The entire system functions on extraction, taking surplus from those below to satisfy demands from those above. "Perhaps Lady Eleanor's dowry lands in Westshire," the chamberlain suggests carefully. "They could be pledged against a loan from the Jewish moneylenders in York." Sir William considers this. Catherine's dowry would suffer. Better a smaller dowry than the bishop's displeasure, the steward points out pragmatically. And there's the reality of medieval life. Even for nobility, difficult choices and sacrifices, not between starvation and survival as peasants face, but consequential nonetheless. By midday, Sir William has resolved the immediate financial crisis, dictated letters to neighbouring lords, heard 3 minor disputes from village representatives, and is preparing to ride out to inspect the damaged bridge himself. While you're breaking your back behind a plough, he's managing the complex administration of the entire estate. As Sir William's party prepares to depart, young Lord Henry, his 16-year-old heir, joins them in the courtyard. Unlike his father, Henry has never known anything but privilege. Born to wealth and power, trained from childhood for his future role, he views the peasantry with a mixture of indifference and contempt. "Father, might I join the hunt tomorrow instead?" Henry asks, adjusting his expensive riding gloves. "Sir Raymond's sons will be pursuing deer in the West Forest." "Bridge inspection first, hunting after," Sir William replies firmly. "You'll need to know every inch of these lands when they pass to you." Henry looks displeased but doesn't argue. Even aristocratic children were expected to obey their parents absolutely in medieval society. The concept of adolescent rebellion as we understand it didn't exist, or at least wasn't tolerated. As the horses are brought around, massive, well-fed beasts compared to the scrawny plough animals in the village, Lady Eleanor appears to see her husband off. "Remember to speak with the reeve about Widow Cooper," she says quietly. "That poor woman doesn't deserve the bishop's attention." Sir William nods, then hesitates. "About Catherine's betrothal? Perhaps we should consider Lord Pembroke's second son instead. Less prestigious but closer lands, and the boy has a gentler reputation." Lady Eleanor looks surprised at this concession. "I'll make inquiries," she agrees. This brief exchange reveals a partnership that, while initially arranged for political reasons, has developed into something with genuine mutual respect. Not all medieval noble marriages evolved this way, but many did develop companionable affection over time. Back in the North Field, the midday bell rings across the valley. You straighten your aching back, wiping sweat from your brow despite the cool spring air. 6 hours of pushing the heavy wooden plough has left your muscles screaming. Your father gestures toward a nearby oak, where other villagers are already gathering for the brief midday rest. Water, your younger brother asks, offering the communal leather flask. You drink sparingly, not because you aren't desperately thirsty, but because there's limited water for the afternoon's work ahead. The lukewarm liquid tastes of the leather container, but it's still the most refreshing thing you've had all day. Medieval work rhythms were tied to daylight, not clocks. Dawn to dusk, labour with a short break midday was standard for agricultural workers. No weekends, no paid vacations, just the occasional religious holiday to break the endless cycle of toil. Bread. Your father breaks a dense brown loaf into rough portions, handing you a chunk that's smaller than your brother's but larger than he keeps for himself. This quiet sacrifice, parents eating less so children might have more, was a common reality in medieval peasant families. The bread is nothing like modern bread. It's made from coarse ground rye and barley, not wheat, which was often reserved for the nobility. Dark, dense, and hard enough to crack teeth, it nevertheless contains the calories needed to fuel your afternoon labour. You chew slowly, making it last. Thomas says the bridge is down, one of the other villagers mentions between bites. Lord's men were out looking at it this morning. Means work duty, another man grunts. Just what we need with planting not half done. This is a common tension in medieval peasant life. The competing demands on your limited time and energy. Your own crops need planting, but the Lord's bridge needs repair, and guess which one takes priority? Hint, not your family's food supply. Heard something else, the first man continues, lowering his voice. Bishop's sending someone about Widow Cooper. A nervous silence falls over the group. Everyone knows Widow Cooper, the village healer who lives in a small cottage at the edge of the forest. When official medicine meant bloodletting and prayers, people like her provided practical remedies, herbs for fever, poultices for wounds, tinctures for pain. The line between healing and witchcraft, however, was perilously thin in medieval minds. She delivered my youngest, your mother had once told you. When the baby was turned wrong, she knew just how to set it right. The priest said to pray, but Widow Cooper used her hands. Poor woman, your father says quietly. She's harmed no one. Bishop doesn't care about that, replies an older man, Edwin the carpenter. Church needs someone to blame for the bad harvests. Easier to burn an old woman than admit God's punishing us all. This grim assessment silences everyone. Medieval justice was harsh and accusations of witchcraft or heresy particularly dangerous. Evidence wasn't required, just suspicion and a convenient scapegoat. As if summoned by the conversation, Father Thomas appears, walking the edge of the field toward your group. Unlike the Lord's chaplain, your village priest lives only slightly better than his parishioners. His robe is patched, his face lean with the same hunger you all know. God's blessings on your labour, he calls out, the traditional greeting, and on your prayers, Father, the villagers respond automatically. Medieval Christianity wasn't just Sunday worship, it permeated every aspect of daily life. The church calendar determined when to plant, when to harvest, when to celebrate, when to fast. Religious rituals marked every significant life event from birth to death. Even daily greetings invoked God's name. I've come from the Manor, Father Thomas says, accepting a small piece of bread with a nod of thanks. The Lord has news. Everyone tenses. News from the Manor rarely benefits the village. A new tax, someone asks, voicing the common fear. No, thank the saints. It's about Widow Cooper. The group leans forward, suddenly alert. The bishop's man comes next week to investigate claims of, he hesitates, irregular practices. Sir William suggests the widow might benefit from visiting her cousin in the next county, until Pentecost, perhaps. A collective exhalation of relief ripples through the group. This is the medieval version of mercy. a warning, a chance to flee temporarily. The Lord could have simply allowed the investigation to proceed with likely fatal consequences for the old woman. "I'll tell her tonight," your father volunteers. Your mother often helps Widow Cooper gather herbs, creating a tenuous connection between your families. Discreetly, Father Thomas emphasizes, if word reaches the Manor chaplain that I've shared this, he doesn't finish the thought. Everyone understands the precarious position of village priests, caught between their parishioners' needs and the church hierarchy's demands. Father Thomas changes the subject, turning to your brother. "William, you missed your Latin lesson yesterday." Your brother looks down, embarrassed. "The weeding couldn't wait, Father." This small exchange reveals something surprising about medieval village life. Education existed, though limited and unevenly distributed. Village priests sometimes taught promising boys basic Latin and literacy, preparation for possible church careers. Even peasant families occasionally had a child who could read a bit, usually destined for the clergy, one of the few paths to social advancement available. "Tomorrow then," Father Thomas says, not unkindly, "we'll continue with the Psalms." The brief rest period ends too soon. Your father stands brushing crumbs from his tunic. "Back to it," he says simply, and everyone follows his lead. The afternoon stretches ahead, more hours behind the plough, more furrows to cut in the unyielding soil, more back-breaking labour before day's end. As you return to work, you notice a small commotion near the village path. A colourful wagon has appeared, surrounded by curious children and wary adults. Peddlers were rare but not unknown in medieval villages, travelling salesmen bringing goods, news, and entertainment from the wider world. "Keep working," your father instructs, though you can sense his own curiosity. "We'll see what he's selling later." The plough feels heavier somehow as you watch the activity from a distance. Medieval peasant children had few toys or distractions. Their lives were miniature versions of adult hardship, with work responsibilities beginning around age 6 or 7. A peddler's arrival was genuine excitement in an otherwise monotonous existence. Hours pass in the rhythm of medieval agricultural labour, steady, grueling, mind-numbing. The sun tracks across the sky, marking time better than any clock. Your shoulders burn, your hands blister despite their calluses, your legs tremble with fatigue. This is normal. This is life. Finally, as the sun begins its descent toward the horizon, your father calls a halt. "Enough," he says, patting the ox's flank. "We'll finish the north corner tomorrow." Even exhausted, you feel a small thrill of anticipation. The peddler's wagon will still be in the village square, and you might get to see what exotic goods he's brought before darkness falls. The walk back from the fields takes you past other villagers, similarly ending their day's labour. Women returning from the stream where laundry was washed on rocks, children driving geese and chickens back to their pens, an old man carefully cutting reeds that will become next winter's thatch. Medieval villages were essentially self-sufficient economic units, with everyone performing specialized tasks that contributed to collective survival. As you approach the village centre, the peddler's wagon comes into full view. It's not the grand, colourful caravan you'd imagined, but a simple handcart with a patched canvas cover. The peddler himself is a thin man with a nervous smile and quick eyes that constantly scan for potential customers or threats. "Come see, good folk," he calls out. "Treasures from London town, wonders from across the narrow sea." Medieval advertising at its finest. His actual goods are considerably less exotic than his patter suggests. Iron needles, cheap tin brooches, wooden combs, small clay pots of salt and spices, coils of simple ribbon. To modernise, it's a pathetic display. To medieval villagers, these are rare luxuries, small touches of colour and convenience in an otherwise austere existence. Your mother has already reached the cart and is carefully examining a bone needle, testing its sharpness with an experienced thumb. Sewing tools were precious in medieval households, passed down through generations and constantly repaired. 3 eggs, the peddler says, naming his price. 2, your mother counters, and a cup of goat milk. Medieval commerce often operated on barter rather than currency, especially at the village level. Few peasants had actual coins. Their economic transactions were conducted in goods, services, and obligations. Done, the peddler agrees quickly. Too quickly. Your mother's eyes narrow slightly, recognizing she could have bargained harder, but the deal is struck. While your mother completes her transaction, you notice a small crowd gathering near the village well. The centre of attention appears to be the peddler's companion, a young man in patched clothing who's setting up a small wooden box. A performance? Your brother asks eagerly, already moving toward the group. Street performers were part of medieval life, travelling entertainers who brought music, stories, juggling or puppet shows to isolated communities. For peasants with no other entertainment beyond what they created themselves, these rare performances were treasured diversions. Just for a few minutes, your father allows, his own curiosity evident despite his attempt to maintain parental authority. The performer is a puppeteer, his small wooden figures dressed in crude cloth representing familiar characters: a king, a knight, a lady, a dragon, a peasant fool. The storyline is simple, a folk tale you've heard before about a clever peasant who outwits both a dragon and a greedy lord. The audience laughs appreciatively at the physical comedy and familiar narrative. Medieval entertainment wasn't sophisticated by our standards, but it served crucial social functions, reinforcing shared values, providing emotional release, and occasionally allowing safe expression of subversive ideas through humour and metaphor. Notice how the peasant always wins in puppet shows, a voice comments quietly beside you. It's Edwin the carpenter, whose relative prosperity allows him slightly more perspective than most villagers. Never happens in real life, does it? Before you can respond, a commotion erupts at the edge of the crowd. The reeve, the village official responsible for organising labour and collecting taxes, pushes through, his face grim. "That's enough," he announces. "This man has no permission to perform here." The puppeteer looks up, startled. "I meant no harm, good sir. Just a bit of entertainment for the children." "Entertainment requires the Lord's license," the reeve states flatly, "and payment of appropriate fees." This confrontation reveals another aspect of medieval control systems. Even something as seemingly harmless as a puppet show required official permission and taxation. Unauthorized entertainment might contain dangerous ideas, stir discontent, or, perhaps most importantly, represent economic activity that the authorities couldn't profit from. "We've nothing to pay with," the peddler interjects, moving to stand beside his partner. "We'll move along to the next village." "After inspection of your goods," the reeve insists, "for prohibited items," the peddler's face falls. "We carry nothing illegal, sir." "I'll determine that," the reeve says, already pouring through the cart's contents. The crowd watches uncomfortably. Everyone recognizes this for what it is, not enforcement of legitimate rules, but petty extortion. The reeve will find something questionable and extract payment to overlook it, pocketing the proceeds himself. Even in small medieval villages, corruption and abuse of authority were common. Sure enough, after a brief search, the reeve holds up a small cloth pouch. "What's this?" "Dried herbs," the peddler explains quickly. "For cooking, thyme and rosemary from the southern counties." The reeve sniffs the pouch suspiciously. Could be something else. Foreign substances, prohibited medicines. "Just cooking herbs," the peddler insists, though his voice has taken on a desperate edge. "Perhaps," the reeve says, tucking the pouch into his own belt. I'll need to confiscate this for examination and a payment for the inspection. The peddler's shoulders slump. How much? 2 silver pennies should suffice. 2 pennies, an outrageous sum when a dozen eggs might cost a halfpenny. The crowd murmurs at this blatant extortion, but no one intervenes. The medieval social order doesn't allow for challenging authority, even when that authority is clearly abused. The peddler reaches into his clothing and produces a small leather purse, extracting 2 small silver coins with visible reluctance. They represent perhaps a month's potential earnings from villages like yours. Thank you for your cooperation, the reeve says with a smirk, pocketing the money. You may continue selling your approved goods until sunset. Then you must depart. As the reeve walks away, the crowd disperses. The brief entertainment over, the peddler and puppeteer exchange defeated looks and begin repacking their meagre wares. This too is medieval reality: vulnerability to exploitation, limited recourse against injustice, the constant struggle to survive not just natural hardships but human predation. Bastards done the same to every peddler this spring, Edwin mutters. Last month he took a woman's entire stock of thread, claimed it was foreign make without proper taxation. Can nothing be done? You ask quietly. Complain to whom? The Lord? The Reeves' man? Edwin shrugs. That's why folk talk about heading to the towns. Harder life in many ways, but town laws protect merchants better than manor custom. This conversation touches on a significant historical development: the gradual migration from rural manors to growing urban centres. Towns offer different legal frameworks, potential economic opportunities, and slightly more personal freedom, though usually with greater physical hardship and health risks. Your father approaches, having watched the confrontation from a distance. Home, he says simply. Your mother's got the needle, and there's still evening chores before dark. The fading light signals yet another transition in the medieval day. While modern life continues largely unchanged from daylight to darkness thanks to artificial illumination, medieval patterns shifted dramatically with the sun. After sunset, activity became limited, expensive, and often dangerous. As your family walks the muddy path towards your cottage, you notice Widow Cooper's small dwelling on the forest edge. A thin wisp of smoke rises from her chimney, and the day's last light catches on bundles of herbs hanging to dry from her roof beams. I'll go tonight, your father says, following your gaze, after the night soils spread. Night soil is the medieval euphemism for human waste, which was collected and used as agricultural fertilizer. Waste management was primitive, even in noble households, but especially in peasant communities. Open drainage ditches, cesspits, and basic latrines were the standard sanitation infrastructure. At your cottage, evening chores await. No rest yet, despite the day's exhaustion. The cow needs milking, the chickens feeding, water hauling for tomorrow morning, firewood arranging for the night's cooking. Medieval days didn't end when field work finished. Household tasks required constant attention regardless of daylight. Your sister meets you at the door, her arms covered in flour. Mother's starting the bread, she explains, for tomorrow's baking day. Bread was life in medieval Europe, providing most of the calories that sustained the population. Baking was typically done once weekly in communal ovens, as maintaining individual hearths hot enough for proper baking was impractical and wasteful. Inside the cottage, your mother kneels by the fire, mixing flour with water and the precious sourdough starter that's been maintained in your family for generations. This bacterial culture, passed down from mother to daughter, was the medieval equivalent of commercial yeast, and families guarded their starters carefully. "Show me the needle," your sister says eagerly, and your mother pauses to proudly display her purchase. Iron, she explains, holding it up to catch the firelight. Not bone, it won't break as easily. Such a small thing by modern standards, a simple sewing needle. Yet in the medieval context, this represents significant investment, a valuable tool that will serve the family for years, a genuine improvement in your collective standard of living. As darkness falls completely outside, your father finishes the last outdoor chores and joins the family inside. The cottage, dim and smoky during daylight, is now almost completely dark except for the central hearth fire. Medieval homes rarely had candles except for special occasions. They were expensive luxury items, not everyday illumination. You eat a simple evening meal by firelight, more dark bread, a thin vegetable soup with the occasional bit of salt pork for flavour, perhaps an apple saved from last fall's harvest if you're lucky. Medieval diets were monotonous, seasonal, and often inadequate by modern nutritional standards. "I'm going to Widow Cooper's," your father announces after eating, "to deliver Father Thomas's warning." "I'll come," your mother decides, setting aside her bread dough to rise overnight. She'll need help gathering her medicines if she's to leave quickly. "Can I come too?" your younger sister asks eagerly. At 12, she's already shown interest in Widow Cooper's healing knowledge, sometimes helping gather herbs under the old woman's guidance. Your parents exchange a look, having one of those silent conversations that long-married couples develop. Better not, your father finally decides. Safer if you're not associated with her right now. This caution reveals the genuine danger of medieval witch accusations. Even peripheral association with a suspected heretic or witch could place the entire family under suspicion. The medieval world was rife with invisible threats. Spiritual corruption was feared as much as physical disease, and both were believed to spread through proximity and contact. "We won't be long," your mother says, wrapping a shawl around her shoulders against the night chill. "Keep the fire fed." As your parents depart, the cottage feels suddenly larger and emptier. Medieval darkness was profound, absolute in a way modern humans rarely experience. No streetlights, no headlights, no ambient glow from distant cities, just complete blackness beyond the small puddle of firelight. Your younger siblings huddle closer to the hearth, instinctively seeking both warmth and the security of light. Your brother takes out a small piece of wood he's been carving, a crude horse figure taking shape under his knife. Such homemade toys were the standard for medieval children, fashioned from whatever materials were available. "Will they really burn Widow Cooper?" your sister asks suddenly, her voice small in the darkness. Your brother continues carving, not looking up. "Only if they catch her." "But she helps people," your sister protests. "She cured my fever last winter." "Doesn't matter," your brother replies with the world-weary cynicism of a 14-year-old who's already seen enough of life's injustices. If the bishop wants a witch, he'll find one, with or without evidence. The firelight catches the serious expressions on your siblings' faces, highlighting how quickly medieval children were forced to confront adult realities. No sheltered childhood, no protection from the harsher truths of existence. By your sister's age, many girls were already being prepared for marriage. By your brother's, boys were working as full adults in the fields. Outside, beyond the cottage walls, medieval night has fully descended on the village. In manor houses and castles, expensive candles and oil lamps might extend the day's activities for nobles and their servants, but for peasant families like yours, darkness meant an end to most work, and the beginning of the day's only real rest period. As you stoke the fire and wait for your parents' return, you can't help but wonder about Widow Cooper's fate. Will she flee to safety or face the bishop's justice? And what of the village without her healing knowledge? This is the precarious nature of medieval existence. Constant uncertainty, vulnerability to forces beyond individual control, the daily challenge of simply surviving in a world where security is never guaranteed. The fire crackles, casting long shadows on the cottage walls. Your siblings' faces are painted orange and gold in its light, their expressions slowly relaxing as tiredness overcomes worry. Another day in medieval England is ending, while beyond your village, events are unfolding that will reach even this remote corner of the realm. The cottage door creaks open an hour later, admitting your parents along with a gust of cold night air. Your siblings have fallen asleep by the fire, but you've remained awake, feeding small sticks into the flames to maintain the precious warmth and light. "She's packing her things," your father says quietly, settling onto his stool with a weary sigh. "Leaves before dawn." "Poor woman," your mother adds, hanging her shawl on a wooden peg. 63 winters she's seen, only to flee in the night like a criminal. 63, an almost unimaginable age in medieval England, where reaching 40 was considered a full life. Widow Cooper's longevity alone might have marked her as suspicious to some. Surviving when so many others perished could be seen as unnatural good fortune. Will she be safe with her cousin, you ask? Your father shrugs. Safer than here when the bishop's man comes. The next village has no church court scheduled this season. This conversation touches on a fundamental medieval reality, the limited reach of central authority. Despite hierarchical systems of control, medieval governance was patchy and inconsistent. Physical distance and poor communication created spaces where people might temporarily escape scrutiny, though never permanently. "She gave me these," your mother says, carefully unwrapping a small cloth bundle. Inside are several smaller packets of dried herbs and crude pottery containers sealed with wax, for emergencies, when the babies come, when fevers rise. These simple remedies represent the medieval healthcare system for ordinary people. Folk medicine passed from healer to healer using local plants prepared according to knowledge developed through generations of trial and error. No hospitals, no doctors, no antibiotics, just herbs, prayers, and hope. Your mother carefully hides the medicine bundle inside a hollow space beneath one of the floor stones. Possessing such remedies could be dangerous if the bishop's investigation extends beyond Widow Cooper herself. Medieval witch hunts often expanded to engulf entire communities once started. "What did she use?" your sister asks sleepily, waking at the conversation. "Yarrow for bleeding," your mother answers, settling beside her on the floor rushes. "Willow bark for pain and fever, comfrey for broken bones, honey for wounds." Remarkably, modern science has confirmed the efficacy of many medieval herbal remedies. Willow bark contains salicylic acid, the active ingredient in aspirin. Honey has antimicrobial properties. Yarrow can indeed help blood clotting. These weren't just superstitions, but practical medicine based on careful observation, even if the theoretical understanding was limited. "Did she curse anyone?" your brother asks with the morbid curiosity of adolescence. Your father's hand comes down sharply on his shoulder. "Never say such things. Not in jest, not ever. Words like that kill innocent people. The rebuke is harsh because the danger is real. Medieval justice didn't require evidence beyond accusation, particularly for crimes like witchcraft or heresy. A careless comment could literally lead to someone's execution." "Time for sleep," your mother announces, effectively ending the conversation. "Dawn comes early." Sleep in medieval households bore little resemblance to modern bedtime routines. No brushing teeth, though some used cloth with salt or herbs to clean their mouths. No changing into special sleeping clothes. No private bedrooms with comfortable mattresses. Your family simply arranges themselves around the central hearth. Each person claiming their usual spot on the floor rushes covered with thin blankets or pallets. Parents on one side, children on the other, all within arm's reach in the small cottage. Privacy, as I've mentioned, was a foreign concept in peasant homes. "Will you check on Widow Cooper's cottage tomorrow?" your mother asks your father quietly as they settle down. "Aye, make sure she got away clean." This whispered exchange is the last conversation of the day. The fire burns down to embers, casting the cottage into near total darkness. Outside, the village is utterly silent except for the occasional barking of dogs or the distant hooting of an owl. No streetlights, no passing cars, no background hum of electricity or distant highways, just the profound quiet of a world running on muscle power, wind, and water. You lie awake for a while, listening to your family's breathing. Medieval nights were typically divided into 2 sleep periods: first sleep and second sleep, with a wakeful interval between. During this midnight waking, people would often pray, talk quietly, check on animals, or even visit neighbours. The modern expectation of 8 uninterrupted hours is a post-industrial revolution development. Eventually, exhaustion claims you. Your last thought before sleep takes hold is a calculation of how many daylight hours remain before you must rise again to continue the endless cycle of medieval agricultural labour. The night passes and dawn comes all too soon. But this morning is different. Instead of the usual gentle awakening as light filters through the cottage's single window, you're jolted awake by shouting outside. Fire at the forest edge. Medieval villages lived in constant fear of fire, with thatched roofs, wooden structures, open hearths, and no organised firefighting beyond bucket chains. A single blaze could destroy an entire community in hours. The cry of fire brought immediate response from everyone capable of carrying water or wielding tools. Your father is already on his feet, pulling on his boots. "Stay here," he orders sharply. And then he's gone, rushing out to join the men gathering in the village centre. Your mother moves to the door, peering out anxiously. "It's coming from Widow Cooper's cottage," she says, her voice tight with fear. The implications are immediately clear to everyone. Either Widow Cooper had an accident while preparing to flee, entirely possible when travelling by night with only a candle for illumination, or someone deliberately set the blaze to ensure she couldn't escape the bishop's justice. "Can you see her?" your sister asks, pressing beside your mother at the doorway. Too far to tell. The men are forming a line for water. You join them at the door, watching as the village mobilizes with practiced efficiency. Fire was so common a threat that everyone knew their role without instruction, younger men running with buckets between well and blaze. Older men using hooks and rakes to pull down nearby structures, creating fire breaks. Women organising children to carry smaller water vessels or wet blankets. The winds from the east, your mother notes with relief. If they contain it quickly, the village should be safe. This highlights another medieval vulnerability, complete dependence on favourable weather. A shift in wind direction could mean the difference between saving or losing everything. As morning fully breaks, the immediate crisis passes. The fire has been contained to Widow Cooper's cottage and a small section of adjacent forest edge. The village itself is untouched, though smoke still rises from the smouldering ruins of the healer's home. Your father returns mid-morning, his clothing soaked and face blackened with soot. He shakes his head before anyone can ask. "Found her?" your mother whispers. "No body in the cottage," he replies quietly, but her pack and medicines were still there. She hadn't left yet. Then where? "I don't know," he cuts her off with a warning glance toward you and your siblings. "Best not to speculate. The subtext is clear. Either Widow Cooper escaped but was forced to leave her preparations behind, or something more sinister occurred. Either way, asking too many questions could be dangerous for your family. The Reeve is investigating the cause, your father continues in a more normal tone. Lord Stewart is already recording the damage. Medieval authorities were primarily concerned with property damage rather than human welfare. A cottage fire meant lost productivity, tax implications, and potential disruption to the manor's economic output. The missing woman herself was secondary. Will there still be work duty for the bridge, you ask, changing the subject to safer topics. Aye, starting tomorrow, the fire changes nothing in the Lord's plans. This, too, is medieval reality. The grinding demands of feudal obligation continued regardless of local tragedies or hardships. Unless disaster struck on a truly massive scale, like the plague years, work requirements remained inflexible. By midday, the village has returned to its normal routines, though conversations around the well and in the fields inevitably revolve around the morning's excitement. Medieval communication networks were entirely person-to-person, with news, rumours and gossip spreading through direct conversation. This created distinct information patterns. Those physically closest to events knew most, while knowledge became progressively distorted as it travelled outward. They're saying it was deliberate, a woman whispers to your mother as they cross paths near your garden plot. The Reeve found evidence of tampering with her hearth. Who would do such a thing? Your mother asks, though her tone suggests she already suspects. Same ones who didn't want her escaping the bishop's questions, I'd wager, the woman replies, glancing around to ensure they're not overheard. Them that profit from finding witches. This cryptic exchange hints at another dark aspect of medieval justice, the financial incentives behind prosecutions. Witch-finders and heresy investigators often received a portion of the condemned person's confiscated property, creating perverse motivation to find guilt regardless of evidence. The afternoon brings a new distraction as a small group of travellers passes through the village. Merchants headed to the spring fair in the nearest market town, some 12 miles distant. Their appearance draws everyone's attention, not just for the novelty of outside visitors, but for the opportunity they represent. Are you going to the fair? Your brother asks your father eagerly as they work together repairing a damaged hoe handle. Your father considers the question seriously. Medieval fairs were not merely entertainment, but crucial economic events where peasants could sell surplus produce, purchase essential items unavailable locally, and connect with the broader world. Perhaps, he finally answers, if the weather holds and the north field is ploughed by week's end. We have eggs and cheese to trade. Can I come? Your brother presses, trying to contain his excitement. This request represents more than simple curiosity. For a medieval peasant boy approaching adulthood, visiting the market town might provide the first glimpse of potential futures beyond village agriculture, apprenticeships, trading, or other occupations that could offer escape from the relentless cycle of feudal farming. We'll see. Your father responds, the universal parental non-commitment. The road's not safe for travelling alone, and we can't all go. Road safety was a legitimate medieval concern. Highways between settlements were often little more than rutted dirt tracks through forests or open country, vulnerable to banditry and natural hazards. Travellers typically waited to form groups for mutual protection. One reason why merchant caravans and pilgrimage parties were common. As the merchants continue through the village, you notice one of them speaking with the Reeve, heads bent close in serious conversation. Money changes hands, not the extortion you witnessed with the peddler, but what appears to be a legitimate transaction. The Reeve hands over a sealed parchment in exchange for the coins. "What's that about?" you ask your older sister, who's working nearby in the small vegetable garden adjacent to your cottage. She glances up briefly. Safe passage, probably. The Reeve sells certificates in the Lord's name guaranteeing protection on manor lands. These medieval protection rackets were often officially sanctioned. Local authorities would sell documentation to travellers, theoretically ensuring their safety within that jurisdiction. The effectiveness varied wildly depending on the Lord's actual control over his territory. The merchants soon disappear down the road toward town, leaving the village to its usual routines, but their brief presence has stirred something. Conversations about the upcoming fair, speculation about what goods might be available, calculations of what each family might afford to buy or manage to sell. By late afternoon, a new rumour circulates through the village, spread first among the women washing clothes at the stream, then carried to the men in the fields, finally reaching even the children tending livestock on the common grazing land. The Lord's steward posted a proclamation at the church door, an older boy tells you as your paths cross while driving sheep back toward the village, about Widow Cooper. Your stomach tightens with anxiety. What does it say? "She's to be considered a fugitive from the king's justice," he reports, clearly relishing his role as newsbearer. "Anyone harbouring her will face the same penalties she would." "What penalties?" you ask, though you already suspect the answer. The boy draws a finger across his throat in the universal gesture, burning for witchcraft and heresy. Medieval justice was swift and brutal by modern standards. Accusations could move to conviction and execution with terrifying speed, especially for crimes against religion. Harbouring fugitives was considered equal to the original crime, a powerful deterrent against community protection of the accused. "Do they know where she is?" you ask, trying to keep your voice casual despite your concern for the old woman who had treated your family's illnesses for years. "Some say she fled to the greenwood," the boy answers, referring to the deep forest beyond the manor's cultivated lands. "Others think she had help reaching the next county." The greenwood occupied a special place in medieval English consciousness, a liminal space beyond settled agriculture, beyond easy lordly control. Outlaws, fugitives, and those living outside normal society sometimes found refuge there, though survival was precarious at best. "Best not repeat such things," you advise the boy, suddenly conscious of how this conversation might appear to others. Speculating about fugitives can bring trouble. He looks at you with surprise, then understanding dawns on his young face. Even children quickly learn the survival skill of strategic silence in medieval society. As you reach the village with your sheep, you see a small crowd gathered around the church door, reading or having read to them the official proclamation about Widow Cooper. Father Thomas stands nearby, his expression carefully neutral, though you think you detect concern in his eyes. "The bishop's man arrives tomorrow," someone in the crowd reports, with questions for the whole village. This news sends a chill through the assembled villagers. Medieval investigations weren't limited to primary suspects. Entire communities could be interrogated, with refusal to provide information considered evidence of complicity. Your father appears at your side, taking the sheep lead from your hand. "Home," he says simply. "Now." Inside your cottage, a hushed family conference takes place as your mother prepares the evening meal. More pottage, though tonight's version contains precious bits of salt pork, making it almost a luxury by medieval standards. "We know nothing," your father instructs everyone firmly. "If questioned, Widow Cooper treated your fevers and delivered the babies, nothing more. No discussions of her remedies, no mention of helping her after the warning. But Father Thomas was the one who, your sister begins. We know nothing of that either, your father interrupts sharply. The priest gave no warnings, shared no information. Understood? Everyone nods solemnly. This is not dishonesty, but survival, a strategy developed through generations of dealing with arbitrary authority. Medieval peasants learned early that full disclosure rarely benefited them or their communities. What about her medicines? Your mother asks quietly. The ones she gave me. Your father considers this serious question. Possession of an accused witch's remedies could be damning evidence, but these same medicines might save family members during future illnesses when no other help was available. Bury them, he finally decides. Not under the floor. They might search inside, behind the woodpile, marked so you can find them again when this passes. This pragmatic solution, temporary concealment rather than destruction, reflects the medieval peasant's constant balancing act between official compliance and practical survival needs. As darkness falls, the cottage grows quiet. The day's events have cast a shadow over your usual evening activities. No stories tonight, no small handicrafts by firelight, just the silent preparation for sleep and whatever tomorrow might bring. Will they search every house? Your brother asks as the family settles around the hearth. Probably not, your father answers, unless someone gives them reason. The unspoken implication hangs in the air. As long as everyone maintains the collective silence, the investigation might remain limited, but a single informant could endanger the entire community. Through the cottage's single window, you can see torches moving in the village centre, the Reeve and his men making preparations for tomorrow's official visit. The medieval criminal justice system relied heavily on community self-policing, with local officials handling minor offences and preparing more serious cases for higher authorities. Sleep, your mother urges. Tomorrow will be difficult enough without exhaustion. As your family settles into their sleeping places, you notice your father remains seated by the fire, staring into the flames with a troubled expression. Medieval peasants had few means of protecting themselves against authority, their primary defense being solidarity with neighbors and the limited reach of central power. It will pass, your mother tells him softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. It always does. This simple statement carries the weight of generational experience. Medieval peasant communities had endured invasions, plagues, famines, and countless waves of political and religious persecution. They survived through adaptability, mutual support, and the stubborn persistence that characterized rural life. Aye, your father agrees, finally moving to his sleeping place, but at what cost this time? Outside, an owl calls in the darkness. The torches in the village square have been extinguished, plunging the settlement into the profound blackness of a medieval night. Tomorrow, the bishop's investigator will arrive, bringing external authority into your small community with unknown consequences. As sleep finally claims you, your last thoughts are of Widow Cooper. Is she hiding in the forest, cold and alone? Has she found sanctuary elsewhere, or has something worse befallen her? Medieval England was not kind to those who stood outside its rigid social and religious frameworks, particularly women who displayed too much independence or knowledge. The night deepens around the sleeping village. In the manor house on the hill, candles still burn as Sir William and his steward prepare for tomorrow's ecclesiastical visitation. In the forest beyond the fields, creatures move in the darkness, and somewhere perhaps, an old woman with healing hands tries to stay alive in a world determined to destroy her. Morning arrives with unusual tension in the village. Normally, dawn brings the immediate resumption of labour, no leisurely breakfasts or gradual awakenings in medieval peasant life. But today, people linger near their cottages, reluctant to disperse to the fields despite the planting season's pressing demands. "They're here," your brother announces, returning from his early trip to the well. 3 riders at the church, the bishop's man and 2 guards. Your father nods grimly, finishing the last of his morning bread. "Then we stick to our work and our stories, say nothing beyond what's asked." This strategy, minimal engagement with authority, was refined through centuries of peasant experience. Medieval commoners learned early that volunteering information rarely benefited them and often created new problems. "What about the bridge work detail?" you ask, knowing your father's name is on the rotation for today. "I'll go after the morning questioning," he replies. "The Lord's requirements don't stop for the bishop's witch hunt." This casual reference to witch hunt would have seemed darkly ironic to medieval ears. For them, witchcraft was a genuine threat, not the metaphor for persecution it later became. The medieval worldview included absolute belief in supernatural forces, both divine and demonic, actively interfering in human affairs. Your mother has already buried Widow Cooper's medicines behind the woodpile, marking the spot with a distinctive arrangement of stones that appears random but will guide her back when needed. Such small deceptions were survival tactics in a world where peasants had limited control over their circumstances. "Should we go to the fields as usual?" your sister asks, clearly hoping to avoid the church and its visitors. "Oh, no?" your father decides after consideration. "Avoiding the questioning would draw more suspicion. We'll go together after breakfast, answer what's asked, nothing more." By mid-morning, most of the village has gathered near the church, creating an impromptu assembly in the small, open area that serves as the community's central square. Medieval villages rarely had formal meeting places. Public gatherings typically occurred in churchyards, near village wells, or in clearings like this one. The bishop's representative cuts an imposing figure despite his ordinary height and build. His clothing alone marks him as foreign to village life. Fine dark wool robes with actual embroidery at the edges, leather boots without mud or signs of repair, and most notably a pectoral cross of actual silver hanging from his neck. Such finery might represent years of peasant income. Beside him stands Father Thomas, looking distinctly uncomfortable as he translates Latin documents into English for the village's benefit. Medieval official business was conducted primarily in Latin or Norman French, languages inaccessible to most common people, necessitating translation by local clergy. "By authority of the bishop and the king's justice," Father Thomas reads, his voice carrying across the square, "an investigation is declared into matters of heretical practices and suspected witchcraft in this parish." The crowd remains silent. Medieval peasants knew better than to interrupt official pronouncements, regardless of their feelings about the content. All persons with knowledge of suspicious activities, unnatural remedies, strange gatherings, or unexplained misfortunes are required to provide testimony, the priest continues, occasionally glancing at the bishop's man for confirmation that he's translating correctly. Failure to report known offences will be considered evidence of complicity, Father Thomas concludes, his voice betraying a hint of reluctance at this final threat. The investigator steps forward, surveying the assembled villagers with cold assessment. Unlike the local priest who lived among his parishioners and understood their hardships, external church authorities viewed peasant communities with inherent suspicion as breeding grounds for heresy, superstition, and moral corruption requiring constant surveillance. "The woman known as Agnes Cooper," he announces in accented English, apparently deciding to address the crowd directly, stands accused of witchcraft, heresy, and diabolical practices contrary to God's law and the teachings of Holy Church. Agnes. You realise you've rarely heard Widow Cooper's given name. In medieval villages, people were often identified by occupation, relationship, or distinguishing features rather than personal names. The blacksmith, the miller's daughter, Old William, red-haired Thomas. These functional identifiers were more useful than formal names in small communities where everyone knew everyone. Her cottage has burned, the investigator continues, and she has fled, both actions confirming her guilt. Any who aided her escape will share her punishment. This circular logic, treating flight as proof of guilt, was common in medieval justice. Accused persons faced an impossible choice: stay and almost certainly be convicted based on minimal evidence, or flee and be declared guilty by default. Now, the investigator surveys the crowd. Who among you employed this woman's services? A terrified silence falls over the village square. Nearly everyone had visited Widow Cooper at some point for childbirth, fever remedies, wound treatment, or pain relief. Yet admitting such consultation could now be interpreted as participating in witchcraft. Finally, an elderly man steps forward. Martin the carpenter, respected for both his age and skill, seems an unlikely first witness. But as he begins speaking, his strategy becomes clear. "My joints pain me in winter," he states matter-of-factly. "The widow gave me willow bark tea. No spells, no strange words, just tea for the pain." By offering this limited, practical explanation, Martin provides a template for others. Admit only to receiving simple herbal remedies for common ailments, nothing that could be construed as magical or heretical. Others gradually follow his lead. The blacksmith's wife mentions a poultice for her husband's burned arm. A young mother acknowledges the widow's assistance during a difficult childbirth. Each testimony carefully frames Widow Cooper's work as practical healing rather than supernatural intervention. Your father steps forward when his turn comes. "My youngest had fever last winter," he states simply. "The widow brought herbs that cooled her body. She said nothing strange, performed no rituals, just herbs in boiled water." The investigator makes notes on a piece of parchment after each testimony, occasionally conferring quietly with Father Thomas about local details or relationships. Medieval investigations relied heavily on written records. Despite limited literacy, documents would eventually be reviewed by church authorities who might never visit the village themselves. And where did this woman learn her healing arts? The investigator asks the assembled villagers. Who taught her these remedies? This seemingly innocent question contains a trap. In medieval thinking, unusual knowledge, particularly among uneducated women, required explanation. Divine inspiration was one possibility, but demonic instruction was considered more likely, especially for effective remedies that couldn't be easily explained. Her mother before her was a midwife, offers an older woman from the back of the crowd. As was her grandmother, they passed their knowledge down, just as my mother taught me to spin and weave. This comparison to traditional craft knowledge represents another community strategy, normalizing Widow Cooper's skills by likening them to other intergenerational teachings. Medieval society accepted certain forms of knowledge transmission, particularly within families and established trades. The questioning continues through the morning, with the investigator probing for inconsistencies or admissions of supernatural elements in Widow Cooper's practice. The villagers maintain their coordinated narrative: simple herbal remedies, traditional knowledge, practical rather than magical assistance. By midday, the investigator appears frustrated by the lack of incriminating testimony. As the church bell rings for the Angelus, the midday prayer observed throughout medieval Christendom, he dismisses the villagers temporarily. "We will resume after the meal," he announces, "and I expect more forthcoming answers about this woman's unnatural practices." As the crowd disperses, your father pulls you aside. "I must report for the bridge work," he says quietly. You return home with your mother and siblings. Say nothing more than you already have. This division of responsibilities, your father attending to feudal obligations while the family manages household affairs, reflects typical medieval gender roles. Men's primary domain was fieldwork and required labour service, while women maintained households and family subsistence, though with considerable overlap during busy agricultural seasons. At home, your mother builds up the hearth fire to prepare the midday meal. More bread and pottage, the monotonous staples of peasant nutrition. Medieval diets were remarkably limited by modern standards, with minimal variety and heavy reliance on grains supplemented by whatever vegetables could be grown locally. They're searching cottages, your brother reports, arriving breathless from village gossip circuits, starting at the north end, moving south. Your mother's hands freeze momentarily over the cooking pot. "Did you check the woodpile?" she asks quietly. "The stones are undisturbed," he confirms. "No one would notice unless they knew what to look for." House searches represented a particularly invasive aspect of medieval investigations. With no concept of privacy rights or restrictions on authority, officials could demand entry to any dwelling and examine all contents without limitation or justification. "When they come," your mother instructs, "be respectful but say little. Let me answer their questions." Medieval women, contrary to some modern assumptions, weren't entirely powerless within household domains. While publicly subordinate to husbands and male authorities, many manage family affairs with considerable autonomy, particularly in their husband's absence. The midday meal passes in tense silence. Even your youngest siblings sense the abnormal atmosphere, eating quietly without the usual chatter or complaints. The cottage's single room suddenly feels exposed and vulnerable. Every possession visible, nothing truly private or concealed from searching eyes. A sharp knock at the door announces the inevitable. Your mother opens it to reveal the bishop's investigator, flanked by Father Thomas and one of the armed guards. By the bishop's authority, the investigator begins the formal pronouncement, but your mother simply steps aside, a gesture of compliance that makes the lengthy declaration unnecessary. The search is both thorough and swift, practiced movements suggesting this man has inspected many peasant dwellings before yours. He examines the sleeping pallets, peers into the cooking pot, checks the few storage vessels and bundles hanging from roof beams. Medieval peasant cottages contained so few possessions that a complete inspection took minimal time. "These herbs," he says sharply, indicating dried bundles suspended from a roof beam. "What are they?" "Cooking herbs," your mother answers calmly. "Rosemary, thyme, parsley from our garden." He sniffs the bundles suspiciously, then moves on. Common cooking herbs were acceptable. The line between culinary and medicinal uses was blurry in medieval practice, with many plants serving both purposes. The guard suddenly kneels, examining the hearthstones with particular interest. Your heart races. Has he somehow detected the earlier hiding place of Widow Cooper's medicines? But he's merely investigating a discoloured stone cracked from years of fire exposure. "Nothing here," he finally pronounces, straightening up. Father Thomas looks relieved, though he carefully maintains a neutral expression. The local priest's position was precarious during such investigations, responsible for assisting external church authorities while also protecting his parishioners when possible. As they move to leave, the investigator pauses at the doorway. "The woman Cooper," he says casually, too casually. "I'm told she delivered your children." Your mother nods cautiously. "The youngest three, yes." And did she use prayers during these deliveries? Latin words, perhaps? Unusual movements or symbols? This question directly seeks evidence of ritualistic practices that could be interpreted as magical. Medieval childbirth was surrounded by both religious and folk practices, with midwives occupying an ambiguous position between official church-sanctioned prayers and traditional methods that might be viewed suspiciously. Pater Noster and Ave Maria, your mother answers, naming the two most common Catholic prayers, the Lord's Prayer and Hail Mary, the same prayers Father Thomas teaches us all. This response is perfectly calibrated, acknowledging religious elements that even the most orthodox investigator would find acceptable while denying any unusual rituals. The investigator seems disappointed but not surprised. He nods curtly and departs, already focused on the next cottage in his systematic search. When they've gone, your family releases a collective breath. The immediate danger has passed, though the investigation itself continues. Your mother checks the hiding place behind the woodpile while your siblings watch for approaching strangers. Still safe, she confirms, returning inside, though they may come back. The afternoon proceeds with unusual quietness in the village. Normal work patterns have been disrupted by the investigation, with people remaining close to home rather than dispersing to fields and common lands. Medieval community rhythm was easily disturbed by outside intervention, creating ripple effects through all aspects of daily life. From your cottage doorway, you watch the investigators' methodical progress through the village. Some searches appear brief, others more extended. Occasionally, items are confiscated, bundles or containers carried out by the guard and examined in the village square. "What happens if they find nothing?" your sister asks, joining you in the doorway. "They'll find something," your brother answers cynically from behind you. "They always do." This pessimistic assessment reflects generations of peasant experience with external authority. Medieval investigations rarely concluded without identifying guilty parties. The institutional pressure to justify the process by producing results was too great. By late afternoon, your father returns from the bridgework detail, mud-splattered and exhausted from hours of hauling stones and timber. Even during extraordinary events like a witch investigation, the ordinary demands of medieval life continued unabated. "Any troubles?" he asks, quietly after drinking deeply from the water bucket. "They searched the cottage," your mother informs him. "Found nothing of interest. And the village?" 3 houses held for further questioning, she reports. The miller, old Sarah, and Thomas Weaver. This news brings a troubled frown to your father's face. The 3 named villagers represent classic targets of medieval suspicion. The miller, whose profession allowed him unusual prosperity through grain taxes. Old Sarah, an elderly widow living alone at the village edge. And Thomas Weaver, who had travelled beyond the manor in his youth and was known for unconventional opinions. "What evidence?" your father asks. "Foreign objects in the miller's house," your mother explains. "Strange symbols carved on Sarah's loom. Books in Thomas's possession. Books, perhaps the most suspicious items in a medieval peasant context. With literacy rates below 10% among commoners, book ownership immediately raised questions about both the source of such valuable objects and the nature of their contents." "Will they stand trial?" your sister asks worriedly. Old Sarah had taught her simple weaving techniques last winter. "Questioning first," your father answers. "Then the bishop decides." The evening brings the day's most dramatic development. As your family prepares for sleep, shouts and torchlight from the village centre draw everyone to doorways and windows. Medieval communities had no formal information distribution systems. News travelled literally by word of mouth, with important developments announced by criers or indicated by commotion. "They found her," comes the distant cry, passing from person to person until it reaches your section of the village. "The widow's been captured," your mother gasps softly, her hand finding your father's in the dim cottage light. Despite the earlier precautions and denials, Widow Cooper's fate affects your family directly. She was more than just another villager, but someone whose knowledge had preserved your lives on multiple occasions. "Where?" people call from doorways. "How?" "Trying to reach the next county," comes the reply, "hiding in a hay wagon." This news ripples through the village with remarkable speed. Within minutes, everyone knows not only that Widow Cooper has been captured, but the specific circumstances and her current location in the church under guard. Medieval communication networks, while technologically primitive, were remarkably efficient within local contexts. Information valuable to community survival, whether about external threats, weather changes, or authority actions, spread through social channels optimized by centuries of collective experience. "What happens now?" your brother asks as the family retreats inside, closing the door against both the night chill and the troubled voices outside. "Church court tomorrow," your father answers heavily. "The bishop's man will question her directly." "With methods of persuasion," your mother adds, her tone making clear what this euphemism means. Medieval judicial torture was a formalized system with specific implements, procedures, and limitations, at least in theory. The question extraordinary involved progressive application of pain to extract confessions, particularly in heresy and witchcraft cases, where physical evidence was typically scarce. "Will they?" your sister begins, but your father cuts her off with a sharp gesture. "Enough," he says firmly. "We cannot change what happens now. We've done what we could." This resignation reflects the limited agency of medieval peasants when confronting institutional power. Individual action against authorities was nearly unthinkable, the consequences too severe, the power imbalance too great. Collective resistance occasionally occurred in extreme circumstances, but usually emerged from desperate conditions rather than moral outrage. As your family prepares for sleep, the atmosphere in the cottage feels heavier than usual. The fire burns low, casting long shadows across the earthen floor. Outside, torches still move in the village centre as guards maintain their watch over the prisoner. "I don't understand," your younger sister says suddenly from her sleeping pallet. "Widow Cooper helped people. Why do they say she's evil?" This innocent question captures the fundamental contradiction that even medieval people sometimes recognized: the disconnect between their lived experience of folk healers as community assets and the official characterization of such women as dangerous deviants. Your mother sighs, searching for an explanation appropriate for a child's understanding. "The church teaches that all healing comes from God through proper channels, priests, prayers, blessed remedies," she begins carefully. "When women like Widow Cooper heal without those channels, some believe their power must come from somewhere else." "From the devil?" your sister asks, wide-eyed. "So they claim," your mother acknowledges, "though I've never seen evidence of it in Agnes Cooper." This statement, a careful, qualified defense of the accused woman, represents the limits of safe dissent in a medieval context. Your mother doesn't directly challenge church authority or doctrine, but subtly distinguishes between official claims and personal observation. "Sleep now," your father instructs, ending the dangerous conversation. "Tomorrow brings its own troubles." The family settles into uneasy sleep, each person wrapped in their own thoughts about the day's events and tomorrow's likely developments. Medieval beds, really just pallets on the floor, offered minimal physical comfort, but the psychological comfort of family proximity provided some security in an uncertain world. Through the cottage's single window, the partial moon casts silver light across sleeping faces. In the church, Widow Cooper faces her first night of captivity, perhaps her last night alive. In the manor house, Sir William discusses the situation with his steward, calculating the economic impact of the investigation on planting schedules and labour availability. And beyond the village, in the vast medieval world of castles and cathedrals, kings and bishops, markets and monasteries, larger forces continue their inexorable movements, forces that will eventually reach even this remote community, transforming lives in ways no one can yet imagine. Dawn breaks with the sound of the church bell, ringing not for the usual morning prayer, but with an irregular, urgent pattern that signals unusual events. Your family is already awake, the night's rest having been fitful and interrupted by shouted orders and movement in the village centre. "Church court," your father says grimly, pulling on his boots. Unlike normal workdays, he dresses with particular care, choosing his least patched tunic and even combing his beard with his fingers. Appearances mattered in medieval interactions with authority. Presenting oneself respectfully could sometimes make the difference between being heard or dismissed. "Must we attend?" your mother asks, her expression troubled as she glances at your younger siblings. "All villagers are required," he confirms. "The crier announced it last night." Medieval church courts were public spectacles by design. Authorities believed that witnessing punishment reinforced social conformity and demonstrated the consequences of deviation. Attendance wasn't merely expected, but often mandatory, with absence noted and potentially treated as sympathizing with the accused. Your family eats quickly, dry bread only, as there's no time to prepare even the simple porridge that would normally start your day. Medieval mealtimes were flexible by necessity, expanding or contracting based on work requirements, daylight and food availability. As you leave the cottage, you notice other families similarly emerging, their expressions solemn as they move toward the church. Even the children are unusually quiet, sensing the gravity of the situation from their parents' behaviour, if not fully understanding its implications. The village church stands at the settlement's centre, its stone construction contrasting with the wooden and thatch cottages surrounding it. Though modest compared to town or city churches, it nevertheless represents the most substantial building in most medieval villages, a physical manifestation of the church's central role in community life. Today, however, the church's purpose has transformed. Inside, the usual arrangement has been altered, with the altar area now occupied by a table where the bishop's investigator sits alongside two clerks prepared to record proceedings. Father Thomas stands to one side, his role reduced to that of translator and local witness rather than authority figure. Your family finds space along the wall as the villagers pack the small church. Medieval parish churches were rarely built to accommodate the entire population simultaneously. Normal Sunday services might see people coming and going throughout the day rather than attending all at once. "Where is she?" your sister whispers, scanning the crowded space. Your father shakes his head, silencing further questions with a warning glance. Inside a church court, any display of concern for the accused could be interpreted as sharing their guilt. A side door opens and two guards enter with Widow Cooper between them. Your breath catches at her appearance. Just days ago, she was a competent, dignified elder of your community. Now she seems diminished, her clothing torn and dirty, her grey hair hanging loose rather than neatly braided, her face bearing a fresh bruise along one cheekbone. Medieval pre-trial detention involved no consideration for prisoner comfort or dignity. Accused heretics or witches were typically held in church cellars or town jails, often with minimal food and water, sometimes chained or confined in stress positions designed to weaken both physical and mental resistance. Agnes Cooper, the investigator announces formally, you stand accused of witchcraft, heresy, and diabolical practices contrary to God's holy law and the teaching of Mother Church. The formal charges are read in Latin first, then translated by Father Thomas into English. This procedural bilingualism characterized medieval legal proceedings: Latin for official record and ecclesiastical validity, vernacular language for practical understanding by those involved. How do you answer these charges? The investigator demands when the reading concludes. Widow Cooper raises her head, meeting his gaze directly. I am no witch, she states clearly, her voice stronger than her appearance would suggest. I am a healer using God's plants as he intended them. This defense, framing herbal medicine as working with divine creation rather than opposing it, represented a common strategy for accused healers. By placing their practices within a Christian framework, they hoped to establish that their work complemented rather than challenged church authority. Yet you fled when summoned for questioning, the investigator counters. Innocent persons do not flee justice. I fled injustice, not justice, she responds, earning a murmur of approval from some villagers that's quickly silenced by glares from the guards. The investigator's expression hardens. We have witnesses to your practices, he states, gesturing to a clerk who unfurls a parchment. Thomas Miller testifies that you provided a potion causing his wife to miscarry an unwanted child. Gasps ripple through the church. This accusation, essentially abortion, considered both murder and a profound spiritual crime in medieval theology, represents a significant escalation beyond herbal healing. False, Widow Cooper responds firmly. I gave Sarah Miller tea for her bleeding that had already begun. The child was lost before I arrived. This distinction would have been meaningful in medieval understanding. Attempting to save a pregnancy already failing was acceptable medical practice. Deliberately terminating one was among the most serious sins imaginable. Edward Smith states that after refusing to pay your demanded price for treatment, his best cow sickened and died. The clerk continues reading. I have never demanded payment, Widow Cooper objects. People give what they can when they can, some nothing at all. The questioning continues with similar accusations: crops failing after she walked nearby, children sickening after she looked at them, strange lights seen near her cottage at night. Each represents classic elements of medieval witch accusations, blending genuine grievances, misunderstood natural events, and community tensions into a narrative of supernatural malevolence. Throughout, Widow Cooper maintains her denials, though you notice her energy flagging as the interrogation stretches into its second hour. Medieval trial procedures included deliberate exhaustion as an investigative tactic, wearing down resistance through relentless questioning. These denials merely confirm your allegiance to darkness, the investigator finally declares. The evidence is sufficient for preliminary finding of guilt. Father Thomas translates this ominous pronouncement, his voice carefully neutral though his eyes betray concern. As the local priest, he walks a dangerous line, required to support church hierarchy while also caring for his parishioners' welfare. However, the investigator continues, full confirmation requires confession. You will be given opportunity to unburden your soul and name your accomplices. The church falls silent at these words. Everyone understands what opportunity to confess means. Judicial torture, sanctioned by both ecclesiastical and secular authorities as necessary for extracting truth in serious cases where spiritual corruption was suspected. I have nothing to confess, Widow Cooper states, her voice now barely audible in the hushed church. The investigator nods, as if expecting this response. Take her to the Manor House eastern chamber, he instructs the guards. Prepare the implements. We begin after midday prayers. Medieval torture was not conducted publicly, despite popular misconceptions. It was a formalized, recorded procedure with specific rules and limitations, typically conducted in designated private spaces with official witnesses present. As the guards lead Widow Cooper out, she suddenly stops, turning to face the assembled villagers. For a brief moment, her gaze seems to find your family specifically, or perhaps every family feels similarly singled out by this woman who has assisted their births, treated their illnesses, and eased their dying. Remember what I taught you, she says clearly, addressing the entire community rather than individuals. The plants remain, the knowledge remains. Use it wisely. With these ambiguous words, which could be interpreted as either innocent medical advice or confirmation of secret teachings, she's led away. The gathered villagers remain momentarily frozen, processing the implications of what they've witnessed and what's to come. Court will reconvene tomorrow after her examination, the investigator announces. All are required to attend the final judgment and sentencing. As the church empties, conversations remain hushed and guarded. No one openly questions the proceedings or expresses sympathy for Widow Cooper, though meaningful glances are exchanged between trusted neighbours. Medieval village solidarity had clear limits. When survival itself was threatened, individual families naturally prioritised their own safety. Outside, your father quickly guides the family away from lingering groups. To the fields, he says firmly. We've lost enough working time already. This practical focus on agricultural necessities, despite the morning's dramatic events, reflects medieval priorities. Emotional responses to community tragedies took clear second place to survival requirements. Fields unploughed meant food unplanted, which eventually meant starvation regardless of other circumstances. The remainder of the morning passes in tense labour. Your father works with unusual intensity, driving both himself and your brother at a punishing pace. Stress and fear in medieval communities often translated directly into physical exertion, the only available outlet for emotions that couldn't be safely expressed. By midday, dark clouds gather overhead, threatening the rain that's both blessing and curse to medieval agriculture. Water is essential for crops, but can quickly transform dirt roads into impassable mud and prevent crucial planting or harvesting work. We'll finish this section before the rain comes, your father decides, ignoring the normal midday rest period. The emotional tension of the morning has disrupted typical rhythms, pushing your family to work through discomfort rather than pause to discuss what can't be changed. Your younger sister, working alongside your mother in a nearby vegetable plot, suddenly straightens and points toward the manor house on the hill. Smoke, she says simply. Everyone pauses following her gesture. A thin column of smoke indeed rises from the eastern wing, not the kitchen hearths or the great hall's massive fireplace, but from the smaller chamber mentioned during the court proceedings. Your mother crosses herself instinctively. Everyone understands what this smoke signifies, the heating of iron implements used in examination. Medieval judicial torture typically began with the psychological impact of witnessing preparation, showing the accused the tools and heating them while explaining their use, offering repeated opportunities to confess before physical application. "Keep working," your father orders sharply, though his own eyes remain fixed on that telling smoke for several moments longer. The afternoon brings the threatened rain, a steady, soaking downpour that eventually drives even the most determined workers from the fields. Your family returns to the cottage earlier than usual, soaked and mud-splattered, but having completed essential planting in one section at least. Inside, your mother builds up the fire while everyone changes into their limited spare clothing. Medieval peasants typically owned just 2 sets of clothes, one for everyday wear, another slightly better set for church and special occasions. Wet clothing was dried on bodies or near fires, not changed casually as in modern practice. "Will they burn her?" your youngest brother asks suddenly, breaking the silence that's persisted since witnessing the smoke. Your father hesitates, clearly weighing whether to protect his children from harsh realities or prepare them for what's likely coming. Medieval parenting involved few illusions about shielding children from life's brutalities. Death, violence, and suffering were visible daily realities from which protection was neither possible nor necessarily considered desirable. "Probably," he finally answers, "unless she confesses and repents, naming others who shared in her practices." "Would that save her?" your sister asks. "No," your mother interjects, her tone gentler but equally frank. "Confession would mean a quicker death, strangling before burning, rather than burning alive, and possible absolution for her soul." This grim calculation, the spiritual mathematics of medieval justice, reflected genuine belief in eternal consequences outweighing temporal suffering. A confessed and absolved witch might still be executed to protect the community, but their soul could theoretically be saved from eternal damnation. "She won't name others," your brother states with surprising certainty. "She's stronger than that." Your father gives him a sharp look. Such admiration for an accused witch is dangerous talk. "I didn't say she was a witch," he counters carefully, "only that she's strong-willed." This linguistic precision, acknowledging personal qualities without endorsing prohibited practices, demonstrates how medieval people navigated dangerous conversational territory. Words themselves carried potential danger in a world where accusation often functioned as evidence. As evening approaches, the rain continues unabated, drumming on the thatch overhead and occasionally finding weak spots that drip onto the earthen floor. Medieval cottage maintenance was constant but often inadequate, with limited materials and techniques, meaning that weather frequently intruded into living spaces. Dinner is meagre. The last of yesterday's bread, a thin vegetable broth and small beer, the weak, low-alcohol beverage consumed by all ages in medieval England, where water sources were often unsafe. The emotional and physical demands of the day have exhausted everyone, creating subdued quiet where there might normally be at least minimal conversation. A sudden pounding on the door breaks this silence, causing everyone to freeze momentarily. Unexpected evening visitors in medieval villages were rare and often unwelcome, bringing emergency, obligation, or threat rather than casual social interaction. Your father opens the door cautiously to reveal Father Thomas, rain dripping from his simple woolen cloak. The priest rarely made evening house calls except for last rites or emergencies, making his presence immediately concerning. "May I enter?" he asks, though he's already stepping across the threshold, suggesting urgency beyond courtesy. "Of course, father," your mother responds, quickly offering him the family's only stool, a courtesy reflecting both his status and age. The priest sits heavily, declining offered food with a distracted gesture. Close up, his exhaustion is evident, the lined face and reddened eyes of someone who's witnessed things he wishes he hadn't. "I come from the manor," he says without preamble, from the questioning. The cottage falls absolutely silent. Even your youngest siblings understand the significance of this statement. "Agnes Cooper has confessed," the priest continues, his voice carefully neutral. Your mother inhales sharply. "Under torture." Father Thomas hesitates, then nods once. "The least degree only. Hot irons shown but not applied. The threat was sufficient." This represented relatively merciful procedure by medieval standards, where torture routinely progressed through established stages of increasing severity, beginning with psychological intimidation and proceeding through various physical implementations. The question could continue until confession or unconsciousness intervened. "What did she confess to?" your father asks, his tone guarded. "Healing through unauthorized means," the priest answers carefully, "using herbs and poultices without church blessing or supervision, collecting plants during astronomically significant times rather than on appropriate saints' days." He pauses, then adds significantly, "Nothing diabolical, no pacts with darkness, no flying or shape-shifting, no harming of children or livestock." This limited confession represents something between capitulation and resistance, admitting to unauthorized healing practices that couldn't be denied while rejecting the more serious accusations of malevolent witchcraft. Such partial confessions were common in medieval witch trials, as accused persons sought to minimize both their temporal punishment and spiritual condemnation. The investigator is displeased with the limited nature of her confession, Father Thomas continues. He believes she's withholding the full extent of her practices and accomplices. "Will there be more questioning?" your mother asks, the euphemism hanging heavy in the small cottage. The priest looks down briefly. "Tomorrow, more severe methods." No one speaks for several moments. The rain continues its steady drumming overhead, occasionally punctuated by distant thunder. Medieval cottages offered little insulation from weather or outside events. Physical and emotional intrusions were constant realities. "Why are you telling us this, Father?" your father finally asks, the unspoken question evident in his tone. Why risk bringing potentially dangerous information to their home? Father Thomas meets his gaze directly, because Agnes Cooper named no accomplices despite significant pressure to do so. She claimed all knowledge came from her mother and grandmother, both long dead. The significance of this statement registers immediately with every adult in the room. Widow Cooper has protected the community at personal cost, refusing to spread accusations despite incentives to do so. This resistance, particularly under torture, represented remarkable courage by any standard. "She also asked me to deliver a message," the priest continues, glancing around as if assessing each family member individually. "To us, specifically?" your mother asks, tension evident in her voice. "To those who have truly learned from her," Father Thomas clarifies ambiguously. She said, "The knowledge is in the plants themselves. Listen and they will teach you as they taught me and my mothers before me." This cryptic message, spiritual guidance or practical instruction, hangs in the air between you. Medieval communication often operated on multiple levels simultaneously, with surface meanings acceptable to authorities overlaying deeper significance for intended recipients. "I've delivered what I came to say," the priest concludes, rising from the stool. "I was never here. We never spoke. Tomorrow comes early, and with it the final judgment." Your father nods understanding of both the explicit statement and implicit warning. "God's blessings on you, Father," he says formally, opening the door to the continuing rain. "And on this household," the priest responds automatically, then pauses in the doorway. "Agnes Cooper served this community faithfully for 40 years. Whatever happens tomorrow, remember that truth." With these words, dangerously sympathetic toward an accused witch, he disappears into the rainy darkness, pulling his hood lower over his face as protection from both weather and potential observation. Your family remains silent after his departure, each person processing the implications of this unexpected visit. Medieval village life taught caution in response to unexpected developments. Immediate reaction often proved less wise than measured consideration. "To bed," your father finally declares, banking the fire for the night. "Tomorrow will test us all." As your family settles into their sleeping places, the rain gradually lessens outside, falling into gentler rhythms that might normally soothe tired bodies towards sleep. Tonight, however, rest proves elusive despite physical exhaustion. Lying on your straw pallet, you find your thoughts returning to Widow Cooper's message. The knowledge is in the plants themselves. Was this merely poetic language from a woman facing death, or practical instruction for those who might continue her healing work? Medieval wisdom often blended practical knowledge with spiritual framing, making such distinctions difficult even for contemporaries. The cottage gradually grows quiet as your family succumbs to exhaustion despite troubled thoughts. Outside, night fully envelops the village, with only occasional torchlight visible from the manor house where tomorrow's judgment is being prepared. In the darkness, each member of your family carries private thoughts about Widow Cooper, about justice and injustice, about the delicate balance between official religion and practical survival that characterized medieval English village life, and about what tomorrow might bring when the church bells call everyone to witness the final act in this all-too-common medieval drama. Morning arrives with clear skies after the previous day's rain, a mixed blessing for a medieval community. The cessation of rainfall allows crucial fieldwork to resume, but the bright sunshine means the day's grim public spectacle will proceed without weather delays. The mood in your cottage is subdued as your family prepares for the day. No one mentions yesterday's visit from Father Thomas or speculates about the coming judgment. Medieval households often processed impending tragedies through silence rather than discussion. A protective mechanism in communities where walls were thin and overheard opinions could prove dangerous. "We'll attend the judgment, then return immediately to the fields," your father announces as he breaks the morning bread. The north section needs finishing before midweek. This focus on agricultural necessities isn't callousness, but survival strategy. Medieval crop cycles operated on tight margins, with delays potentially meaning the difference between adequate harvest and winter hunger. Personal feelings necessarily took second place to collective subsistence. Your mother divides the remaining food with careful precision, slightly larger portions for those doing the heaviest field work, smaller shares for the youngest children. This daily calculation of caloric distribution was a crucial household management skill, ensuring those who needed energy for labour received it while stretching limited resources to sustain everyone. The bridge work detail has been postponed, your brother mentions, having already visited the well for morning water. The reeve announced it after sunrise prayers. This news, the rare delay of a manor obligation, indicates the unusual significance of today's events. Medieval authorities rarely altered labour requirements without serious cause, suggesting the Lord himself considers the witch trial's conclusion worthy of full community attention. The The church bells begin their summons as your family finishes eating, not the normal pattern for morning prayer, but the distinctive sequence used for mandatory gatherings. Even without the Reeves announcement, every villager would recognize this signal requiring their presence. Best clothes, your mother instructs as the bells continue. We appear respectful. This direction isn't about honouring the proceedings, but protection through conformity. Medieval social survival often depended on visible demonstrations of proper behaviour, particularly during moments of community stress or external scrutiny. Your family joins the stream of villagers moving toward the church, everyone dressed in their modest best, clean tunics mended rather than patched, hair combed, faces washed. The crowd appears sombre rather than excited, suggesting collective apprehension rather than anticipation of spectacle. Unlike yesterday's indoor proceedings, today's judgment has been arranged in the churchyard with a raised platform constructed overnight from wagon beds and wooden planks. Medieval public ceremonies typically occurred outdoors when weather permitted, allowing larger audiences and heightening visibility of both process and outcomes. The bishop's investigator stands on this platform alongside Father Thomas and several manor officials, including Sir William's steward representing secular authority. Their positioning, ecclesiastical figures' central secular power to their right, visually reinforces the medieval hierarchy with church prominence over, but intertwined with worldly governance. Guards bring Widow Cooper from the manor house, supporting her between them as she appears unable to walk unaided. Her physical deterioration since yesterday is shocking. Face ashen, movements jerky and uncoordinated, eyes unfocused. Medieval judicial questioning frequently left permanent damage even when applied in supposedly moderate forms. Agnes Cooper, the investigator begins when she's positioned before the platform. You have confessed to practices of unauthorized healing, collection of herbs through pagan observances, and application of remedies without church sanction or blessing. Father Thomas translates these charges into English, though his voice lacks its usual clarity. The local priest's divided loyalties to ecclesiastical authority and to his parishioners appear increasingly evident in his manner, if not his words. Do you accept these charges as true and accurate? The investigator continues. Widow Cooper raises her head with visible effort. I have used God's plants to heal God's children, she responds, her voice weak but audible in the hushed churchyard. If that is sin, I accept judgment. This qualification, accepting the facts while rejecting the implied sinfulness, represents a subtle form of resistance still possible even at this late stage. Medieval defendants sometimes managed such distinctions between technical guilt and moral culpability, though rarely with much practical effect on outcomes. The accused has confessed, the investigator declares, addressing the assembled villagers rather than Widow Cooper herself. The penalty for such practices, performed without demonic assistance, is determined to be death by burning, preceded by strangulation as mercy for her partial cooperation. This sentence, burning mitigated by prior strangulation, represented a middle path in medieval execution practices. The most severe punishment, burning alive, was reserved for unrepentant heretics, while confession typically earned the mercy of death before flames were applied. Both methods served the same practical purpose of eliminating perceived threats while sending powerful deterrent messages. Execution will occur at midday tomorrow, the investigator continues. The condemned may receive final confession and communion before sentence is carried out. This standard allowance for spiritual reconciliation reflected medieval priorities. Physical death, while significant, mattered less than eternal spiritual fate. Even the most notorious criminals were typically granted opportunity for confession and absolution before execution, reflecting belief that divine mercy might extend where human justice could not. Does any person wish to speak for the accused before judgment is finalized? The investigator asks, completing the formal procedure. The churchyard falls silent. Despite Widow Cooper's decades of service, despite the healing and comfort she's provided to virtually every family present, no one steps forward. Medieval community solidarity had clear limits. Public defense of a condemned witch, effectively, meant volunteering to share her fate. Just as the investigator prepares to declare proceedings complete, movement disturbs the crowd's edge. Father Thomas steps forward from his position on the platform, moving to stand beside rather than above Widow Cooper. "I speak for Agnes Cooper," he states clearly, his voice carrying across the stunned gathering. The investigator's face darkens with surprise and anger. "You exceed your authority, priest," he warns. "Return to your place." With respect, Father Thomas continues steadily, church law permits local clergy to speak regarding the character and Christian behaviour of the accused. I have served this parish for 16 years and observed Agnes Cooper's work throughout that time. This invocation of procedural technicality creates an unexpected dilemma for the investigator. Medieval ecclesiastical law was complex and often contradictory, with overlapping jurisdictions and ambiguous precedents. Publicly denying a priest's canonical right might create procedural questions, potentially invalidating the entire process. "Speak briefly," the investigator concedes with visible reluctance, "but remember your own position." This thinly veiled threat, suggesting potential consequences for the local priest, demonstrates how medieval authority maintained itself partly through implied penalties for non-compliance. Even those with some institutional protection could find themselves vulnerable if they challenged superiors. Agnes Cooper has served this community with Christ's own compassion, Father Thomas begins, addressing the assembled villagers rather than the officials. "When plague took our children 3 winters past, she worked alongside me in every household, bringing comfort where I could offer only prayers. When famine threatened 7 years ago, her knowledge of wild plants kept many from starvation." This public testimony, carefully framing Widow Cooper's work as complementing rather than opposing church function, represents significant personal risk for the village priest. By associating himself with her practices, he potentially invites scrutiny of his own orthodoxy. "Her remedies have always been accompanied by proper prayers," he continues. "Her knowledge offered freely to any in need, regardless of their ability to pay. I have witnessed her attend the sick when others fled, comfort the dying when pain overwhelmed them, deliver children when mothers seemed beyond hope." The villagers listen in silent attention, many nodding slightly at specific references that echo their own experiences with the condemned healer. Medieval communities held collective memories of shared hardships and those who helped navigate them, creating bonds that official pronouncements could suppress but not entirely erase. If such service represents sin, Father Thomas concludes, then mercy suggests punishment less than death. Banishment perhaps, or penance under church supervision. This proposed alternative, still severe but short of execution, offers a potential compromise that medieval authorities occasionally accepted, particularly when local sentiment strongly favoured leniency. Banishment effectively removed the perceived threat while acknowledging mitigating circumstances that made death seem disproportionate. The investigator frowns, consulting briefly with the manor steward beside him. The churchyard remains utterly silent during this conference, the community collectively holding its breath as these representatives of distant power determine a neighbour's fate. The church appreciates your pastoral concern, the investigator finally responds, his tone suggesting the opposite. However, the nature of the confessed offences requires definitive resolution. The sentence stands: Agnes Cooper will burn tomorrow at midday. Father Thomas bows his head in acknowledgement of defeat, briefly touching Widow Cooper's shoulder before returning to his position. This small gesture of comfort, physical contact with a condemned witch, crosses boundaries of both prudence and protocol, demonstrating how individual conscience sometimes overwhelmed institutional demands even within the rigidly hierarchical medieval church. Court is concluded, the investigator announces. All are required to witness tomorrow's sentence. Return to your labours until then. The crowd disperses slowly, conversations resuming in cautious whispers rather than normal tones. Medieval village communication operated through elaborate codes and contexts. Who spoke to whom, at what volume, using which phrases, that conveyed meaning beyond literal words, particularly regarding dangerous topics. Your family walks homeward together, maintaining silence until safely inside your cottage. Even then, discussion remains oblique and practical rather than emotional or speculative. We'll need to harvest the spring greens today, your mother says, seemingly changing subject from the morning's events. Before tomorrow's activities prevent it. This indirect reference to execution proceedings as mere activities represents typical medieval circumlocution around dangerous topics. Direct discussion of controversial matters was avoided when possible, with shared understanding replacing explicit statement. The southeast meadow has sorrel growing, your sister offers, following this conversational diversion, and wild garlic near the stream bend. We'll go together after the midday meal, your mother decides. The younger children can gather firewood while we harvest. The day proceeds with outward normality, despite the community's underlying tension. Medieval life demanded continuing functionality even during extraordinary events. Fields still needed ploughing, animals feeding, water carrying, food preparing. Crisis became additional burden rather than replacement for regular labour. By afternoon, your mother leads you and your sister to the designated meadow, carrying woven baskets for gathering spring greens, the vital early vegetables that supplemented winter-depleted food stores during the hungry gap before main crops matured. Take only what we discussed, she instructs quietly as you begin harvesting the tender sorrel leaves. Nothing else today. This unusual specificity, your mother typically encourages gathering any edible plants available, suggests purpose beyond mere food collection. Her basket gradually fills with particular herbs and greens, selected with careful attention to specific characteristics rather than general abundance. These are the same plants Widow Cooper gathered, your sister observes carefully, keeping her voice low despite the meadow's apparent privacy. Your mother nods almost imperceptibly. Watch which parts I take, how I handle them. Remember without speaking. This practical transmission of knowledge, observation without explicit instruction, typified how medieval women preserved and transferred crucial information, particularly knowledge that might attract unwelcome attention if more formally taught. Healing traditions passed through generations this way, surviving despite periodic persecution. Will they watch our cottage? Your sister asks, her young face serious beyond her years. After tomorrow? For a time, your mother acknowledges, which is why we gather today, speak today. Tomorrow we become ordinary women with no special knowledge. This strategic invisibility, deliberately concealing skills during dangerous periods, allowed medieval folk practices to survive repeated suppression campaigns. Knowledge went underground rather than disappearing entirely, preserved through whispered instruction and seemingly casual demonstration until safer conditions returned. As afternoon progresses toward evening, dark clouds gather again on the western horizon, suggesting another approaching storm. Medieval weather prediction relied on generations of observational knowledge, cloud patterns, wind direction, animal behavior, rather than scientific instruments or forecasts. Rain before midnight, your father predicts, examining the clouds as your family returns to the cottage. Heavy with thunder. God's mercy, your mother responds quietly. The ground will be too wet for fire. This oblique reference to tomorrow's scheduled burning carries multiple implications: practical concern about execution logistics, potential hope for at least temporary reprieve, and theological suggestion that weather itself might represent divine intervention in human affairs. The evening meal proceeds with unusual solemnity, even the youngest children sensing the household's tension despite limited understanding of its cause. Medieval children quickly developed sensitivity to adult emotional states, recognizing when normal patterns shifted, even without explicit explanation. After eating, rather than moving toward typical evening activities, your mother carefully arranges her gathered plants on the cottage's single table, sorting them by type and characteristic. "Come," she tells you and your sister, "watch while I prepare these." The next hour becomes intensive instruction disguised as routine food preservation. Your mother demonstrates specific cutting techniques for different plants, proper drying positions, storage methods to preserve potency. Though she never explicitly mentions medicinal uses, the careful handling clearly exceeds normal culinary preparation. The roots store longest when wrapped in clean cloth and kept dry, she explains, demonstrating with wild valerian. The flowers must dry in darkness to maintain their strength. Your father observes this instruction without comment while mending a leather harness strap near the fire. His silent permission for this potentially dangerous knowledge transfer represents tacit acceptance of its necessity despite the risks. Medieval household authority, nominally absolute in the father, often accommodated practical realities that formal doctrine might condemn. As predicted, rain begins shortly after nightfall, gradually increasing from gentle patter to steady downpour, accompanied by distant thunder. Your family prepares for sleep with the familiar sounds of storm surrounding the cottage, water dripping through occasional thatch leaks, wind finding gaps in wattle walls, thunder rumbling across the village. Will they still? Your brother begins, then hesitates, unwilling to name tomorrow's planned execution directly. Depends how long the rain lasts, your father answers practically. Wet wood burns poorly. This discussion of execution logistics as weather-dependent practical matter rather than moral question typifies medieval engagement with judicial violence. Such events were considered ordinary parts of community experience rather than exceptional horrors, their implementation discussed in the same practical terms as agricultural challenges or building repairs. As the family settles on their sleeping pallets, the storm intensifies outside, rain drumming heavily on the thatch overhead and occasional lightning briefly illuminating the cottage interior through its single window. Medieval structures offered limited protection from elements. Weather remained immediate presence rather than distant backdrop, even when indoors. "Mother," your sister whispers through the darkness, "will Widow Cooper's soul go to heaven or hell?" This theological question, central to medieval understanding of existence, carries particular weight regarding accused witches whose spiritual fate seemed predetermined by their alleged demonic associations regardless of personal virtue or community service. Your mother's response comes carefully after considerable silence. Church teaching says unrepentant witches belong to the devil, she begins, acknowledging orthodox position, but Scripture also tells us God sees into hearts where humans cannot. Perhaps his judgment differs from what we're told. This nuanced answer, neither directly challenging church authority nor fully accepting its harsher judgments, represents how medieval laypeople sometimes navigated between official doctrine and personal experience when institutional teachings contradicted observed reality. Many developed private theological compromises that preserved formal obedience while creating space for practical exceptions. "I hope she goes to heaven," your sister murmurs sleepily. "She helped people." "Enough questions," your father interjects gently but firmly. "Sleep now." The cottage gradually quiets as family members drift towards sleep despite the continuing storm. Medieval rest patterns typically involved falling asleep to natural sounds, rain, wind, animal noises, rather than artificial silence, creating different relationships with nighttime awareness than modern experiences. You remain awake longer than others, listening to the storm's progression and contemplating tomorrow's likely events. Medieval executions weren't merely punishments, but community rituals with specific purposes, demonstrating authority's power, reinforcing behavioral boundaries, purging perceived corruption from the social body. Attendance wasn't spectacle, but participation in collective moral reinforcement. Through the occasional lightning flashes, you can see your mother's carefully prepared herbs hanging from roof beams, drying in precisely arranged bundles. This visible evidence of potentially dangerous knowledge transfer creates both anxiety and reassurance, concern about possible discovery balanced against continuation of essential skills despite institutional opposition. Just before sleep finally claims you, particularly violent thunder shakes the cottage, causing even your exhausted father to stir briefly. Medieval people often interpreted unusual weather events as potential signs or portents, especially when coinciding with significant community developments. "God's voice," your mother whispers, barely audible through the storm noise. Whether prayer, observation, or comfort remains unclear as you finally drift into uneasy sleep. The storm continues through the night, still raging when dawn should arrive, though heavy clouds make the transition from darkness to daylight barely perceptible. Your family wakes to a transformed landscape. Paths turn to muddy streams, fields partially flooded, normally solid ground treacherous with standing water. Medieval weather events hit communities with immediate physical impact that modern infrastructure largely mitigates. Heavy rain meant limited mobility, delayed agricultural work, potential damage to structures and crops, and significant changes to daily routines until conditions improved. "The execution will be delayed," your father announces after assessing conditions from the cottage doorway. "No fire will catch in this." This practical assessment, focusing on technical feasibility rather than moral implications, reflects medieval pragmatism regarding judicial proceedings. Executions required specific conditions and preparations. When these couldn't be met, postponement followed naturally, regardless of institutional eagerness or community sentiment. The The church bell rings mid-morning, not the pattern announcing execution, but the distinctive sequence calling village representatives to the church for announcements. Your father immediately prepares to attend, pulling a sackcloth over his head and shoulders as minimal protection against the continuing rain. "I'll return directly," he tells your mother before departing. "Continue indoor work until weather clears." This gender-divided responsibility during crisis, men gathering information and making public appearances while women maintained household operations, characterized medieval community function during disruptions. Each domain maintained internal continuity while external circumstances shifted. Your father returns sooner than expected, water streaming from his improvised rain covering as he steps through the cottage doorway. His expression contains something unexpected, not the grim resignation of delayed execution, but something approaching cautious relief. "She's gone," he announces without preamble. "Escaped during the night." Your mother's hands freeze momentarily in their bread-making. "How?" "None know for certain," your father reports. "The guard claims he checked regularly despite the storm, found her cell empty at dawn prayers. Medieval prison security varied enormously depending on location, resources, and prisoner importance. Village-level detention, particularly temporary holding before scheduled execution, often involved makeshift arrangements with minimal surveillance, creating occasional opportunity for escape during unusual circumstances. The investigator claims demonic assistance, your father continues, his tone suggesting personal skepticism. The Reeve suspects human help is questioning everyone who approached the manor house yesterday. This divided interpretation, supernatural versus practical explanation, typified medieval responses to unexpected developments. Official authorities often preferred spiritual attribution that reinforced their worldview, while local officials looked for mundane causes more amenable to investigation and punishment. "Will they search the village?" your mother asks, the practical implications immediately evident. "Already begun," your father confirms. "House by house, outbuilding by outbuilding. They'll reach us by midday if the rain doesn't stop them." This information creates immediate practical demands. Any potentially suspicious items require hiding or disposal, conversations need careful planning, family members must present consistent responses to inevitable questioning. Medieval households developed considerable skill at managing such investigations through generations of experience with various authorities. "The herbs," your sister whispers, glancing toward the drying bundles. Your mother shakes her head slightly. "Common cooking herbs now, nothing more." This instant recategorization, medicinal plants becoming culinary ingredients through narrative rather than actual transformation, exemplifies how medieval people navigated dangerous knowledge possession. Context and explanation often mattered more than physical reality when authorities sought evidence of prohibited practices. "And if questioned about her?" your brother asks. "We know nothing," your father states firmly. "We saw her at court yesterday, expected execution today. Her disappearance surprises us as much as anyone." This strategic ignorance, deliberately avoiding information that might require revealing or lying, represented common medieval self-protection tactics. What one genuinely didn't know couldn't be extracted through questioning or detected through observation of deceptive behavior. The morning proceeds with heightened awareness as your family maintains outward normalcy while preparing for inevitable investigation. Medieval households frequently operated under such conditions, external threat creating internal vigilance disguised beneath routine activities that continued regardless of circumstances. By midday, as predicted, boots squelch through mud outside your cottage door. The reeve himself appears, accompanied by one of the bishop's guards, a show of combined secular and ecclesiastical authority typical of medieval investigations where jurisdictional boundaries blurred. By order of the Lord and Bishop's representative, the reeve announces formally when your father opens the door, we search for the escaped prisoner Agnes Cooper and any who might have assisted her flight. Your father steps aside with appropriate deference. We have nothing to hide, he states simply, inviting them to enter with a gesture. The search proceeds with practiced efficiency, checking beneath sleeping pallets, examining storage vessels, poking through roof thatch with a long pole, opening the single wooden chest containing your family's few valuables. Medieval peasant dwellings offered limited hiding places, their simplicity making thorough search relatively straightforward. These herbs, the guard notes suspiciously, pointing toward your mother's drying bundles. Medicinal purpose? Cooking only, your mother responds calmly. Sorrel for soup, garlic for bread, mint for spring lamb when we can get it. This explanation, truthful but incomplete, demonstrates how medieval women navigated questioning about potentially suspicious knowledge. Many plants served both culinary and medicinal purposes, emphasizing common food uses while omitting healing applications, provided technical honesty that avoided outright deception. You've had no contact with the accused since the court? The reeve asks your father directly. None, he answers simply, maintaining eye contact, a medieval indication of truthfulness, though actual veracity varied widely regardless of physical signals. The questioning continues briefly, covering each family member's whereabouts during yesterday's storm and knowledge of Widow Cooper's alleged crimes. Everyone responds as previously instructed. Minimal information, consistent details, nothing volunteered beyond direct answers to specific questions. Very well, the reeve finally concludes, apparently satisfied with both physical search and verbal responses. If you see or hear anything regarding the escaped witch, report immediately or face the same charges. This parting threat, standard medieval investigative procedure, carries genuine weight despite its formulaic delivery. Authorities routinely held entire households responsible for individual members' actions or knowledge, creating powerful incentive for internal enforcement of compliance with official demands. After the searchers depart, your family maintains careful silence until certain they've moved well beyond hearing range. Even then, discussion remains cautious and indirect rather than explicit. They've searched half the village already, your father observes, returning from watching the reeve's progress through the community. Found nothing so far. Will they extend the search to the forest? Your brother asks. Your father shrugs slightly. Depends how determined the bishop's man remains. The manor has spring planting priorities that won't wait for missing old women. This practical assessment, balancing official zeal against agricultural necessities, recognizes medieval power dynamics realistically. Even church authority ultimately required accommodation with seasonal imperatives that determined community survival regardless of institutional priorities. The afternoon brings gradually clearing weather, allowing limited outdoor work resumption as rainwater slowly drains from saturated fields. Medieval agricultural recovery after weather disruption followed careful assessment protocols, which areas would dry first, which tasks could proceed despite continuing wet conditions, which preparations could advance indoor work while waiting for field access. By evening, the village has returned to uneasy normalcy, the search continuing but with diminishing intensity as practical concerns reassert priority over ideological objectives. Medieval attention spans, even for serious matters like escaped witches, typically shortened when immediate results proved elusive and routine demands pressed more urgently. At the cottage, your mother takes advantage of improved weather to hang her processed herbs outside for more effective drying. This ordinary action carries additional significance after recent events, a small assertion that necessary knowledge will continue despite temporary suppression. "Do you think she's truly escaped?" your sister asks quietly as she helps arrange the herb bundles. Your mother considers this question carefully before answering. "I think Agnes Cooper is beyond their reach now," she says finally. "Whether through escape or other means, I cannot say." This deliberately ambiguous response acknowledges multiple possibilities: successful flight, death during escape attempt, secret execution, or other outcomes, without claiming specific knowledge that might prove dangerous if questioned. Medieval communication often employed such strategic ambiguity when certainty itself carried risk. As darkness falls, your family gathers around the evening fire, the day's tension gradually easing into more normal interactions. The youngest children resume typical play, your father discusses tomorrow's field rotation, your mother plans bread baking for the morning. Medieval resilience manifested partly through this capacity to restore ordinary patterns amid extraordinary circumstances. "One thing seems certain," your father observes as the household prepares for sleep. "The spring fair will proceed next week regardless of unfinished witch business. The Lord won't forfeit market taxes for the bishop's concerns." This prediction, prioritizing economic activity over ideological enforcement, recognizes medieval governance realities. Authority maintained itself partly through financial extraction, interrupting revenue flow for abstract principles rarely survived cost-benefit analysis at local implementation levels. "Will we still attend?" your brother asks hopefully, his earlier interest in market opportunities apparently undimmed by recent events. "Perhaps," your father answers, more positively than his previous response to the same question. "The North Field should be finished by then, if weather holds." This tentative approval, conditional but not dismissive, suggests subtle shift in family possibilities following Widow Cooper's disappearance. Medieval households constantly recalibrated their movements based on current threat assessments. Reduced scrutiny potentially allowed greater mobility and opportunity. As your family settles for sleep, the cottage gradually quiets, except for occasional murmurs from the youngest children. Outside, night birds call in the clearing weather, and distant voices carry from the village centre where search activities apparently continue despite darkness. Medieval nights following community disruptions carried particular alertness. The possibility of continued official action, unexpected developments, or neighbour conflicts created lighter sleep patterns until circumstances fully stabilised. Your father positions himself nearest the door, an unconscious protective arrangement typical during uncertain periods. Through the cottage's single window, stars gradually become visible as clouds disperse entirely. The same sky watched by countless generations before you, by nobility in their manor houses and peasants in their cottages, by church authorities and village healers alike. All existing beneath identical heavens despite their earthly divisions. Whether Widow Cooper observes these same stars from forest hiding place, distant sanctuary, or eternal rest remains unknown as sleep finally claims your medieval household after these extraordinary days that nevertheless represent ordinary experience within the complex, challenging world of medieval English village life. 3 days pass with gradually decreasing tension in the village. The bishop's investigator departs after extensive but fruitless searching, leaving behind stern warnings about harbouring fugitives and promises to return if new information emerges. Medieval justice, while sometimes brutally efficient, often lacked resources for prolonged pursuit once initial efforts failed, particularly for cases involving elderly village healers rather than notorious criminals or political threats. Life resumes its seasonal rhythms, the interrupted bridge repair work recommences, and planting continues with increased urgency to compensate for weather delays. Medieval agricultural calendars allowed minimal flexibility. Crops required specific growing periods to reach harvest before winter, creating non-negotiable deadlines regardless of other circumstances. "The north field is finished," your father announces with satisfaction as your family gathers for the evening meal on the third day. "We've made up the lost time." This accomplishment carries significant implications beyond simple task completion. Medieval peasant status within village hierarchies depended partly on reliable field management. Falling behind created not just material consequences, but social judgment that could affect everything from labour exchanges to marriage prospects. "Does that mean?" your brother begins hopefully, leaving the question unfinished. Your father exchanges glances with your mother, one of those silent communications developed through decades of partnership. She gives a slight nod, almost imperceptible in the cottage's dim evening light. "We'll attend the spring fair," he confirms. "Weather permitting, we leave at dawn 2 days hence." This announcement triggers immediate excitement despite everyone's physical exhaustion from the day's labour. Medieval fairs represented rare opportunities for ordinary villagers, chances to experience broader society, access goods unavailable locally, witness entertainments beyond community resources, and temporarily escape the constraints of village existence. "All of us?" your younger sister asks eagerly. Your father shakes his head. "Your mother and I, plus these two," he indicates you and your brother. "The youngest stay with Aunt Martha." This arrangement, leaving smaller children with extended family during travel, reflected practical medieval realities. Long journeys presented genuine hazards. Younger children slowed progress and required extra protection. Someone needed to maintain household operations during absence. Extended family networks provided essential support for such temporary separations. "Will we sell the cheese?" your brother asks, referring to the small rounds your mother has carefully aged throughout winter, precious protein sources normally reserved for the family but occasionally traded for necessities unavailable through other means. "3 wheels, your mother confirms, and 2 dozen eggs if the hens cooperate tomorrow." This planned commerce represents significant sacrifice. Dairy products provided crucial nutrition in medieval diets, chronically deficient in protein and fat. Trading them meant calculating immediate financial gain against potential nutritional loss, a complex equation medieval women navigated constantly. "What will we buy?" your sister asks, clearly disappointed at being left behind but still interested in potential acquisitions. "Needles first," your mother answers practically. "Thread if the cheese trades well, perhaps salt." This priority list, tools before consumables, practical items before luxuries, typified medieval peasant economics. Unlike modern consumer culture driven by wants, medieval purchasing focused almost exclusively on needs, with occasional small luxuries representing rare exceptions rather than regular patterns. "And for planting," your father adds, "we'll seek cabbage seeds from the western villages. Ours have weakened over generations." This casual reference to seed quality reflects sophisticated agricultural knowledge often overlooked in perceptions of medieval peasants. Farmers understood genetic deterioration through continual replanting, recognized the value of cross-regional seed exchange, and maintained complex knowledge about plant breeding despite lacking formal scientific framework for these concepts. The next day brings intense preparation for the journey. Medieval travel required considerable advance planning, food packed, clothing selected for variable weather, household arrangements made for absent members, labour obligations negotiated, and portable goods prepared for trade. Your mother wraps the precious cheese wheels in clean cloth, then nests them carefully in a wooden carrying box lined with straw for protection during transport. Each wheel represents weeks of processing and months of aging, irreplaceable if damaged before reaching market. Handle these with your lives, she instructs seriously as she demonstrates proper carrying technique. One broken wheel equals 3 months without new shoes. This direct equation, specific goods equaling specific necessities, characterized medieval economic thinking at household level. Abstract currency values meant less than concrete exchange possibilities. Peasant calculation typically proceeded from this equals that, rather than general monetary worth. Your father, meanwhile, conducts his own preparations, checking harness leather for weak spots, securing the small cart's wheel bindings, and sorting through potential barter items, carved wooden spoons from winter evenings, reed baskets woven during rain days, small bone buttons fashioned from last autumn's slaughtered pig. We leave before first light, he reminds everyone, 12 miles minimum before rest. This ambitious pace, challenging on medieval roads even for healthy adults, reflects both practical necessity and social reality. Reaching market towns required full daylight travel. Arriving late meant missed opportunities and potential danger from travelling after dark. And peasants typically pushed physical limits rather than accepting reduced outcomes. That evening, final arrangements occupy the household until well after normal sleeping time. Medieval journey preparation involved countless small details: food packed to prevent spoilage, water containers checked for leaks, trading goods arranged for both protection and display, appropriate clothing assembled despite limited options. Remember, your mother instructs your younger siblings as they prepare for bed, mind Aunt Martha as you would me. Extra water carrying earns honey on bread when we return. This combination of authority transfer and incentive structure typified medieval parenting approaches. Children required clear understanding of obedience hierarchies during parental absence, while promised rewards for additional work maintained household productivity despite reduced adult supervision. Sleep comes late, but morning arrives with typical medieval inevitability. No extensions or delays despite insufficient rest. Your father wakes the household before first light, when stars still fill the sky and dew soaks everything exposed to night air. Quietly, he whispers, as the selected travellers prepare. Let the little ones sleep. This consideration, allowing younger children continued rest despite departure activities, reflects the practical affection that characterized many medieval families despite harsh living conditions. Limited resources and continuous survival pressure didn't preclude emotional attachment or expression through small kindnesses when circumstances permitted. Breakfast consists of cold bread and small beer, the weak, low-alcohol beverage consumed by all ages in medieval England, where water sources often carried disease. This minimal morning meal reflects both time pressure and travel practicality. Stopping for cooking would waste precious daylight hours. Final goodbyes are exchanged with the sleepy younger children as your aunt arrives to assume household supervision. Medieval childcare arrangements typically involved extended family networks rather than non-relative providers, maintaining consistent authority patterns and cultural transmission despite parental absence. "Listen for the cartwheels 3 days hence," your father tells the remaining children. "We'll return before sunset if God wills it." This careful qualification, "if God wills it," wasn't merely religious formula, but practical acknowledgement of travel uncertainties. Medieval journeys, even relatively short ones, involved genuine hazards from weather, road conditions, criminal activity, and simple physical mishap. No departure carried guaranteed return. The small party sets out as first light barely touches the eastern horizon. Your father pulls the handcart containing trade goods while your mother carries additional bundles. You and your brother walk alongside, each bearing smaller packs with personal provisions and items too delicate for cart transport. "Stay together," your father instructs as you pass the village boundary. "Watch for loose stones and mud holes. The road worsens before improving." This warning reflects medieval infrastructure realities. While major Roman roads still provided superior travel surfaces in some regions, most local connections consisted of dirt tracks that deteriorated significantly during wet seasons and received minimal maintenance. Road often meant merely slightly more travelled path rather than engineered surface. The first miles pass in near silence, everyone conserving energy for the considerable journey ahead. Medieval travel proceeded at walking pace, approximately 2 to 3 miles per hour under good conditions, making 12-mile journeys half-day commitments, even without accounting for rest periods or delays. As full daylight emerges, you begin noticing other travellers joining from connecting paths, mostly peasants like yourselves, carrying small trade goods, but occasionally better-dressed individuals on horseback who pass your walking party without acknowledgement. Medieval roads functioned as social mixing zones where hierarchies remained visible, but proximity created unusual cross-class encounters. "Merchants," your father explains when you ask about particularly well-dressed riders, headed for the fair from larger towns. They'll have proper stalls while we use ground space. This distinction, allocated stalls versus open ground selling, reflects medieval market stratification. Professional merchants with regular trade patterns secured preferred locations through advance fee payment and established relationships, while occasional sellers like peasant families accepted marginal positions with higher uncertainty but lower entry costs. By mid-morning, the traveller stream has thickened considerably, creating impromptu walking communities that naturally form and dissolve as pace differences separate groups. Medieval journey safety often depended on such spontaneous collectivity. Larger traveller groups deterred banditry and provided mutual assistance during difficulties. "Where's your village?" asks a woman walking near your mother, her own cart loaded with distinctive honeypots recognizable by their unique shape and sealed tops. "Thornfield," your mother answers, "north of the river bend." "And yours?" "Westmere," the woman replies. 3 valleys east, 2nd year bringing honey to spring fair." This casual information exchange, identifying home locations and trading experience, represents typical medieval travel conversation. Geographic origin established basic identity and potential compatibility, while trading history helped gauge market competition and potential collaboration. "How did Westmere fare this winter?" your father inquires, joining the conversation. "We heard illness struck after Candlemas." took 6 children and 3 elders, the woman confirms grimly. Could have been worse. Elmbrook lost 14 to the same fever. This matter-of-fact discussion of death rates, without detailed elaboration or excessive emotion, characterizes medieval approaches to mortality. Frequent loss created communication patterns emphasizing factual accounting rather than emotional processing, particularly in cross-community exchanges where personal connections to the deceased were limited. "Any word of the king's tax collectors reaching your region?" asks another traveller who has drawn closer during this exchange. They've been through southern villages already, taking double last year's rate. This question introduces a common medieval travel conversation topic, comparing experiences with external authorities whose activities affected multiple communities but often occurred at different times across regions. Information sharing about tax collection, judicial proceedings, or ecclesiastical investigations helped villages prepare for impending official visits. "Nothing yet," your father responds cautiously, though the Lord Steward mentioned royal assessors expected before harvest. His careful phrasing, acknowledging awareness without offering specific details, demonstrates typical medieval conversational strategy when discussing authority actions with strangers. Basic information might be shared, but precise household or village circumstances remained protected against potential exploitation or reporting. Conversation continues intermittently as the journey progresses, covering crops, weather patterns, fair expectations, and other neutral topics. Medieval travellers developed social protocols that facilitated necessary communication while maintaining appropriate privacy, finding community without creating vulnerability. By midday, the road quality noticeably improves as you approach the market town, packed earth replacing mud tracks and occasional stone paving appearing in particularly troublesome sections. This infrastructure upgrade reflects the economic importance of market connections in medieval systems. Towns invested in approach roads that facilitated commercial traffic essential to their prosperity. "We'll rest here briefly," your father announces when the travelling group reaches a small roadside clearing with a rudimentary wooden shelter. "Eat sparingly, save strength for afternoon setup." This rest stop represents medieval travel pragmatism. Brief pauses prevented exhaustion that might limit economic effectiveness upon arrival, the journey's primary purpose, while minimal comfort facilities still offered significant improvement over open road conditions. You share simple travel provisions: hard bread, dried apple slices, small pieces of preserved meat, while observing fellow travellers. Medieval journeys provided rare opportunities to witness regional variations in clothing, tools, foodstuffs, and social customs otherwise invisible within single village experience. "Look there," your brother whispers, nodding toward a colourfully dressed group resting separately from the peasant travellers. "Players, I think, for the fair entertainments." These travelling performers, instantly recognisable by their distinctive clothing, unusual instruments and dramatic gestures even during ordinary conversation, represented another medieval social category existing outside standard hierarchies. Neither peasant nor noble, neither wholly accepted nor entirely rejected, they occupied ambiguous positions that allowed unique freedoms alongside significant precariousness. "Remember what father said," you remind your brother, noting his fascinated expression. "We're here for trade, not entertainment." This gentle correction reflects medieval practical priorities. While fairs certainly included entertainment elements, peasant families attended primarily for economic purposes, with limited resources to spare for non-essential experiences regardless of their appeal. Rest period concludes after barely 30 minutes. Medieval travel scheduling prioritized destination arrival over journey comfort, particularly when economic opportunities awaited. Your father repacks the handcart while your mother checks the egg basket for any breakage during morning transport. "Only one cracked," she reports with evident relief. "We'll cook that tonight for ourselves." This minor loss assessment demonstrates the narrow margins within medieval peasant economics. Every egg represented both potential trade value and family nutrition. Damage created immediate calculations about optimal use of compromised resources rather than simple discard. The final approach to the market town presents your first view of substantial medieval construction beyond manor houses or churches. Actual town walls, modest but definitely stone, surround clustered buildings with multiple stories and specialized designs clearly indicating different functions. "Remember how we discussed town behavior," your mother reminds you and your brother as the walls grow closer. "Eyes down when passing guards, speak only when addressed directly, keep hands visible near merchant stalls." These instructions reflect medieval reality for peasant visitors to established towns. Rural inhabitants faced significant suspicion within urban environments, assumed to be unsophisticated, potentially disruptive, and prone to petty theft. Performing appropriate deference and predictability helped mitigate this prejudice during necessary interactions. The town gate represents your first direct encounter with formal authority beyond village context. Medieval towns typically controlled access through limited entry points where officials collected tolls, observed incoming goods, and sometimes restricted entry based on origin, purpose, or health conditions. 4 travellers from Thornfield Manor, your father informs the gate guard when your turn for inspection comes. For spring fair trading, 3 cheese wheels, 2 dozen eggs, small crafts. This detailed declaration, specifying home location, purpose, and goods, follows required medieval entry protocols. Attempting to conceal either presence or commercial intentions would create immediate suspicion. Accurate reporting facilitated appropriate taxation and market placement. Entry fee is 2 pennies or equivalent value, the guard states after cursory inspection of your cart's contents. Payment collected here. This town access charge, separate from actual market fees, represents medieval layered taxation systems. Different authorities claimed different payment rights for the same economic activity. Successful trading required navigating multiple extraction points while still maintaining sufficient margins for worthwhile exchange. Your father produces a small leather pouch, carefully extracting 2 actual coins, a rarity in peasant possession, saved specifically for this purpose where barter alternatives might not be accepted. Medieval peasants typically conducted daily business without currency, but maintained minimal coin reserves for situations requiring official payments. Proceed to the south square for fair allocation, the guard instructs after accepting payment. No selling before official opening tomorrow sunrise. No sleeping within walls without registered lodging. These regulations reflect medieval urban control mechanisms. Commercial activities required official sanction and organisation. Non-resident presence was permitted only within specific parameters, and informal arrangements faced active discouragement through enforcement of formal alternatives requiring payment. Passing through the gate provides your first experience of true medieval urban environment. Narrow streets confined between actual buildings rather than scattered cottages, specialized workshops with identifying signs or displays, multiple people engaged in non-agricultural activities, and concentrated humanity creating noise, smell, and energy levels entirely different from village existence. Stay close, your mother cautions, noting your wide-eyed observation of these unfamiliar surroundings. Town streets confuse even grown men. This warning addresses practical reality rather than imagined danger. Medieval towns grew organically rather than through planned layout. Streets followed ancient pathways, property boundaries, or natural features, and consistent navigation required familiarity rarely available to occasional visitors from outlying villages. Following the guard's directions, your family makes its way toward the south square where fair preparations are clearly underway. Wooden stalls in various stages of assembly line the open area, while ground spaces marked with chalk indicate positions for smaller sellers without permanent structures. "Thornfield Village?" calls a harried-looking man consulting a wax tablet near the square's entrance. "4 visitors with cheese and eggs?" This official, the fair reeve responsible for organisation and fee collection, somehow knows your specific details despite just arriving. Medieval information systems, while lacking modern technology, maintained surprising efficiency through human networks, advanced notifications, and systematic record-keeping for recurring events. "Here," your father responds, approaching the official respectfully, seeking ground space for 3-day trading. Section 12, positions 37 through 40, the reeve indicates, marking something on his tablet. Ground fee is 3 pennies daily or 1 cheese wheel for full fair duration. This option, cash or goods payment, acknowledges medieval economic realities where currency remained relatively scarce among peasant producers. Official systems frequently maintained parallel valuation structures, allowing participation regardless of coin access, though goods payments typically represented worse value than cash alternatives. Your father considers briefly. "The wheel for full duration," he decides, removing 1 precious cheese from your mother's carefully packed carrier. This choice reflects medieval peasant calculation. While the cheese likely exceeds the coin value of 9 pennies, certainty of 3 full trading days without daily negotiation or payment offers practical advantages worth the premium. Additionally, remaining longer increases potential for advantageous trades beyond initial offerings. The assigned space proves better than anticipated, a corner location with morning shade from nearby buildings and reasonable proximity to pedestrian pathways without being directly in major thoroughfares. Medieval markets functioned as carefully calibrated ecosystems, where location significantly impacted trading success through factors including visibility, comfort, proximity to complementary goods, and protection from weather or disruption. "We'll establish our space, then seek lodging outside walls," your father decides after assessing the position. "No setting out goods until morning." This approach balances competing medieval travel priorities, securing trading position immediately while deferring actual commerce to comply with regulations, then addressing overnight arrangements before scarcity drives prices higher or eliminates options entirely. Your mother organises the ground space with practiced efficiency, arranging your modest belongings to simultaneously mark territory, protect valuable items, and prepare for morning display. Medieval market presentation involved careful strategy, balancing protection against theft with visibility to potential customers, particularly for occasional sellers without permanent stall structures. "I'll remain with our things," she tells your father. "Take these 2 for lodging arrangements and supply purchase." This division of responsibilities reflects medieval gender patterns that became more pronounced in travel contexts. Women often managed actual trading operations, while men handled external negotiations with unfamiliar parties, each domain requiring different skills and carrying different social expectations. Your father nods agreement, then gestures for you and your brother to follow him back into the town's narrow streets. This unexpected opportunity, exploring the medieval town with specific purposes rather than remaining at the trading space, creates excitement despite your journey fatigue. "We need bread for tonight and tomorrow," your father explains as you navigate back toward more central areas, "and lodging secure enough for sleep without constant watching." These practical priorities, food and shelter, dominated medieval travel concerns, with all other considerations secondary to these fundamental requirements. Urban environments offered improved options compared to roadside alternatives, but at significantly higher cost, requiring careful resource management. As afternoon progresses toward evening, the town's character visibly transforms around you. Medieval urban rhythms followed distinctive patterns: morning commercial activity, midday slowdown during meal times, afternoon resumption gradually transitioning to evening social functions, with different participants and purposes than daylight operations. Your father successfully negotiates bread purchase from a small bakery and arranges overnight lodging in a farmer's outbuilding just beyond the town walls. Humble accommodation, but secure and dry, with straw bedding included in the modest payment. These arrangements complete, you return to the market square where your mother has maintained your family's position throughout your absence. "Everything's prepared for morning," she reports as twilight approaches. "The fair opens at first bell after sunrise." This simple statement carries considerable significance. After months of planning, days of preparation, and hours of travel, your family stands ready to participate in one of medieval economic life's foundational experiences. The regional fair that connected isolated communities, facilitated otherwise impossible exchanges, and briefly transformed social possibilities beyond village limitations. As you leave the town through a different gate than your entrance, heading toward the arranged lodging for the night, the medieval world expands around you in ways impossible within single village experience. Tomorrow brings new opportunities, new challenges, and new understandings of the complex society extending beyond your daily existence, all within the carefully structured parameters that governed medieval life at every level from peasant to king. Dawn comes early at the edge of a medieval town. Your family wakes to unfamiliar sounds, not the roosters and livestock of home, but the clanging of a smith's hammer already at work, the calls of town criers beginning their daily announcements, the rumble of cartwheels on actual stone streets rather than dirt paths. "Quickly now," your father urges, as everyone rises from the borrowed straw pallets that served as beds. "The best trading happens earliest." This emphasis on early arrival reflects medieval market realities. Morning hours brought the freshest goods, the most selective buyers, and the greatest opportunity for advantageous exchanges before choice items disappeared or bargaining positions weakened through desperation as the day progressed. Breakfast consists of the bread purchased yesterday plus a small portion of cheese deemed too damaged during travel for effective trading, but still perfectly edible. Medieval practicality wasted nothing. Food with reduced commercial value simply shifted to personal consumption rather than being discarded. "Remember what we discussed," your mother reminds everyone as the family gathers their trading goods. "Speak clearly but respectfully. Name prices confidently. Watch for light-fingered children near the eggs." These instructions blend practical commerce with necessary caution. Medieval markets operated through complex social protocols where presentation affected perceived value, while theft remained common enough to warrant specific preventative measures rather than surprised reaction. You return to town as a family unit, your father again handling entry formalities at the gate. The morning guard differs from yesterday's afternoon official. Medieval urban security typically operated in shifts, with night watch considered particularly important, and often assigned to more experienced guards than daytime positions. The market square has transformed overnight from merely busy to genuinely crowded. Temporary stalls now stand fully assembled, their canvas awnings creating a patchwork of shade across the open area. Merchants arrange wares with practiced efficiency, while town officials move purposefully through the growing crowd, checking authorizations and collecting final fees. "To our space," your father directs, navigating through the increasingly dense humanity with the careful awareness of someone unaccustomed to such crowding. Medieval peasants rarely experienced population density comparable to even small towns. The sensation of hundreds of people occupying a confined area created both fascination and discomfort for village visitors. Your family's assigned position looks significantly less advantageous in morning context than yesterday's afternoon assessment suggested. With fully established stalls now surrounding the simple ground space, your modest display area seems almost invisible among the more elaborate setups with raised platforms and actual shelving. "We'll manage," your mother states practically, already arranging the remaining cheese wheels on clean cloth with the precision that transforms simple goods into appealing merchandise. Medieval display techniques emphasized cleanliness, orderly arrangement, and careful positioning to maximize limited resources, presentation often compensating for modest quantity. "Separate the brown eggs from white," she instructs you, indicating the precious basket containing yesterday's carefully transported harvest. Arrange by size, largest most visible. This sorting strategy reflects medieval market psychology. Different egg colorations suggested different chicken breeds, potentially commanding varied prices from buyers with specific preferences. Size gradation created visual appeal while ensuring premium products received proportionate attention. Your brother, meanwhile, arranges the small crafted items, wooden spoons, bone buttons, reed baskets, in graduated displays that suggest greater inventory than actually exists. This common medieval marketing technique used careful positioning to imply abundance despite limited stock, creating perceived value through suggested rather than actual quantity. "Or fair commences," calls the official town crier, his voice carrying across the crowded square with practiced projection. "By authority of Lord William and Town Charter, trading may begin with sunrise bell." This formal announcement, followed immediately by actual bell ringing from the town church, marks the official beginning of market activities. Medieval commerce operated within strictly regulated parameters. Selling before authorized commencement could result in fines, confiscation, or exclusion from future markets, regardless of how ready buyers and sellers might be. The square erupts into immediate activity as though a dam has broken. Medieval marketplaces were primarily vocal environments, sellers calling out their wares, buyers announcing their interests, price negotiations conducted at volume levels seemingly designed to be overheard by neighbouring competitors, all creating a wall of sound unlike anything in village experience. "Fresh cheese from Thornfield Meadows," your mother calls, her voice stronger and more projecting than you've ever heard at home. 3-month-aged grass-fed cattle. This market persona, more assertive and commercial than her village demeanour, demonstrates how medieval women adapted to different contexts requiring varied social performances. The same person might present entirely different characteristics depending on whether operating within familiar community or navigating external economic spaces. Your father has temporarily left your trading space, moving purposefully through the market to assess opportunities before committing family resources to specific purchases. This reconnaissance, understanding available goods, price ranges, and potential trading partners before engaging in transactions, represented essential medieval market strategy, particularly for peasant families with limited resources requiring careful allocation. "How much for the large wheel?" asks a townsman, his clothing marking him as a craftsman of some type, perhaps a carpenter or mason based on his calloused hands and sturdy build. "6 pennies or equivalent trade," your mother responds without hesitation, starting the negotiation at approximately 20% above her actual minimum acceptable price. This pricing strategy, beginning above expected settlement point, characterized medieval market interactions where haggling was not merely permitted but required by social custom. Accepting initial offers suggested either foolishness or desperation. The negotiation ritual itself constituted essential market participation regardless of actual price movement. 4 pennies, the man counters predictably, following the established pattern by offering below his maximum intended payment. 5 pennies or 4 pennies plus small ale, your mother responds, introducing the possibility of mixed payment, part currency, part goods, that characterized many medieval transactions where full coin exchanges remained relatively uncommon. Their negotiation continues briefly before settling at 4 pennies plus a promised delivery of small ale to your market position later in the day. This combination, immediate partial payment with deferred completion, reflected typical medieval commercial trust structures where community reputation and market relationships created sufficient assurance for non-simultaneous exchanges within limited parameters. As the morning progresses, your family's modest offerings attract intermittent interest. Medieval market success for occasional sellers typically came not through high-volume trading, but through maximizing value from limited transactions, getting optimal returns from each carefully transported item rather than rapid inventory turnover. Your brother proves unexpectedly skilled at drawing attention to the crafted items, his natural enthusiasm for the fair context translating into effective sales patter. Spoons carved from Thornfield oak, he tells potential buyers, the same wood that built King Edward's hunting lodge 30 years past. This creative embellishment, unlikely but not impossible and difficult to disprove, demonstrates medieval marketing approaches that blended factual product attributes with appealing narratives, without formal advertising structures or standardized quality claims. Selling relied heavily on storytelling elements that created perceived value through association and suggestion. By midday, your family has sold 1 cheese wheel, 8 eggs, 3 wooden spoons, and several bone buttons. Modest success representing perhaps half the goods brought for trading. Medieval market expectations for village sellers typically involved multiple-day participation. First-day sales establishing presence and connections that might yield better outcomes during subsequent trading. Time to seek our own purchases, your mother decides during a momentary lull in customer interest. You two remain here. Your father should return shortly. This adult departure leaves you and your brother temporarily responsible for the family's remaining goods, a significant trust demonstration in medieval context where market theft could quickly erase a season's worth of carefully preserved resources. Such responsibility assignment typically marked transition stages in adolescent development, indicating parental assessment of sufficient maturity for consequential tasks. "Watch that boy," your brother murmurs, nodding subtly toward a thin child hovering near neighboring stalls. Third time he's circled without buying. Light fingers, I'd wager. This observation demonstrates developing medieval street awareness, the capacity to distinguish between genuine customers and potential thieves through behavioral pattern recognition. Village children learned such discrimination gradually through market visits. Proficiency indicated growing readiness for independent trading responsibilities. Your vigil continues uneventfully until your father returns, carrying a small cloth package with evident satisfaction. Found salt, he announces, a significant acquisition in medieval context where salt preservation remained essential for food storage, but production limitations made it relatively expensive and sometimes difficult to obtain in rural settings. Good price, you ask, understanding the relative importance of this particular purchase among your family's market objectives. Fair, he answers with the typical medieval understatement that neither celebrates nor complains about economic outcomes. Traded the carved butter mould plus 2 pennies. This transaction, combining crafted goods with currency, exemplifies medieval exchange flexibility where complementary resources created mutually beneficial outcomes despite limited coin availability. The carved butter mold represented winter evening labor converted through market mechanisms into preservation capacity for future food security, a transformation of time into survival potential. As afternoon advances, the market's character subtly shifts. Morning's purposeful procurement activities gradually yield to more social and entertainment-oriented functions. Medieval markets served multiple community purposes beyond mere commerce, creating gathering spaces, information exchange opportunities, and access to experiences unavailable in isolated settlements. Players setting up in the north corner, your brother notes with poorly concealed interest, indicating the same colourfully dressed troupe observed during yesterday's journey. Your father follows his gaze, considering the implicit request in his son's observation. Medieval entertainment access represented legitimate developmental opportunity despite practical cost concerns. Exposure to stories, music, and performances provided educational elements otherwise unavailable to peasant children. You may watch briefly, he decides, after helping move our remaining goods to safer evening position. This conditional permission, beneficial activity following completed responsibility, typified medieval parenting approaches that balanced children's developmental interests against family economic necessities. Recreation remained subordinate to practical concerns, but wasn't eliminated entirely when resources permitted limited indulgence. Together, you rearrange the trading display, consolidating remaining items into more easily monitored configurations as market density decreases with approaching evening. Medieval market security deteriorated as daylight waned. Prudent sellers adjusted accordingly through spatial reorganization, increased vigilance or departure depending on specific circumstances. Your brother departs for the promised entertainment opportunity while you remain with your father, more interested in observing broader market operations than specific performances. This preference differentiation, even between siblings with identical upbringing, reflected medieval individuality development within constrained opportunity contexts. Thornfield folk, yes? Asks an older woman who approaches your reduced display space. Unlike most town residents, her clothing suggests rural origins similar to your own, though subtle differences indicate a different regional style than your village typically produces. Yes. Your father confirms cautiously, medieval interaction protocols requiring identity confirmation before substantial conversation with strangers. thought so, she nods, seeming satisfied with this verification. Recognized the cheese pattern. Your wife's work has particular markings. This observation, noticing distinctive production characteristics invisible to casual inspection, demonstrates the sophisticated product differentiation that existed within seemingly homogeneous medieval goods. Experienced traders recognized maker-specific attributes that indicated quality, origin, or production methods beyond generic categorization. "You have interest in trading?" your father asks, indicating the remaining wheel with questioning gesture. The woman shakes her head slightly. "Information rather than goods," she replies, lowering her voice despite the market's general noise level. "Word has reached our village about your recent visitor, the bishop's man." This conversational shift from commercial exchange to potentially dangerous community information triggers immediate caution in your father's demeanor. Medieval communication about authority actions required careful assessment of speaking partners' trustworthiness, particularly when discussing ecclesiastical investigations with potential heresy implications. "Many villages receive such visitors," he responds neutrally, neither confirming specific details nor rejecting conversation continuation. Indeed, the woman acknowledges with subtle approval of his discretion. "Our herb woman wondered about the outcome regarding the widow, whether skills were lost or preserved." This circumlocution, discussing Widow Cooper through implication rather than direct reference, demonstrates medieval communication strategies around dangerous topics. Plausible deniability remained possible through linguistic indirection. Conversations could occur without creating directly incriminating statements if subsequently reported to authorities. Your father studies the woman carefully before responding, assessing not just trustworthiness but potential value in limited information exchange. Medieval village-to-village communication networks served crucial functions in distributed resistance to external threats, but participation carried genuine risks requiring continual cost-benefit calculation. The widow departed before final judgment, he finally states, watching for reaction. Her location remains unknown, though skills continue through those she taught. This measured response, providing useful confirmation without specific details, represents optimal medieval information sharing under surveillance conditions. The statement acknowledges Widow Cooper's escape without suggesting your family's knowledge of current whereabouts, while confirming healing knowledge transmission without identifying specific recipients. The woman nods with evident satisfaction. Good news travels slowly but eventually reaches those concerned with such matters. Our herb woman will be relieved. The knowledge must continue. This exchange, brief, oblique, yet mutually understood, exemplifies how medieval resistance networks maintained continuity despite institutional opposition. Information traveled slowly but deliberately through trusted channels. Persecution in one location prompted preservation efforts in others, and traditional knowledge survived through distributed rather than centralized transmission methods. Your family trades well, the woman concludes at conversational volume, seemingly shifting to innocent market discussion. Perhaps we'll meet at some affair as well. This deliberate topic change, returning to normal market interaction patterns after completing sensitive information exchange, demonstrates medieval conversational security protocols. Suspicious patterns attracted attention. Alternating ordinary discussion with embedded significant content created protective camouflage for necessary but dangerous communication. As the woman departs, your father remains thoughtfully silent for several moments. Medieval information processing often occurred internally rather than through immediate verbal processing. Significant developments required careful integration into existing understanding before determining appropriate responses or further actions. Interesting, he finally comments, the deliberate understatement containing multiple potential meanings. That patterns on cheese wheels can be so distinctive. This oblique acknowledgement, focusing on the conversation's cover topic rather than its actual substance, maintains the security pattern established during the exchange itself. Medieval discretion continued even within family discussion when touching potentially dangerous subjects, creating habitual communication discipline that protected against accidental disclosure. The market day continues toward conclusion as afternoon fades toward evening. Medieval commercial patterns typically followed daylight availability, major trading during maximum light hours, gradual reduction as visibility diminished, and minimal overnight activity, except in largest cities, where specialized night markets sometimes operated under torch illumination. Your mother returns with her own acquired goods, needles, thread, and a small container of precious honey, while your brother eventually reappears from the entertainment area, his expression suggesting successful experience despite providing no specific details about the performance witnessed. We've done well enough, your father assesses, as the family consolidates remaining trade goods for overnight storage. Tomorrow should bring different buyers seeking different items. This measured evaluation, neither triumphant nor disappointed, reflects medieval economic expectations where dramatic outcomes remained rare and gradual accumulation through consistent effort provided standard livelihood patterns. Success meant modest improvement rather than transformative change. Survival with slight enhancement represented realistic accomplishment within system constraints. As official market closing approaches, announced by town criers moving through the square with standardized declarations, your family makes necessary arrangements for overnight goods security. Medieval multi-day markets required continuous space occupation to maintain position rights. Family members typically alternated sleeping at market locations to prevent theft or space appropriation by competitors. I'll remain tonight, your father decides. You three return to our lodging. We'll exchange positions tomorrow midday. This arrangement, splitting protective responsibility while ensuring adequate rest for subsequent trading, demonstrates medieval practical problem-solving within resource constraints. Without sufficient people for continuous full family presence or enough money for hired security, alternating watch provided optimal balance between protection and necessary recovery. Your reduced family group returns through town streets already transitioning toward evening character, shops closing wooden shutters, taverns opening their doors, night watch guards appearing at strategic intersections with lit torches. Medieval urban environments transformed dramatically between day and night functions. Different populations emerged for evening activities while daytime inhabitants largely retreated to secured residential spaces. Stay together, your mother reminds unnecessarily as you navigate increasingly shadowed streets toward the town gate. Eyes forward, steady pace. This heightened vigilance reflects medieval urban reality where nighttime presented elevated danger regardless of official security provisions. Reduced visibility, decreased witness presence, and altered social norms created vulnerability contexts requiring different behavioral adaptations than daylight navigation of identical physical spaces. Reaching your temporary lodging, the farmer's outbuilding arranged yesterday provides welcome security after the market's constant stimulation and subsequent evening street navigation. Medieval travel created intense sensory experiences requiring periodic withdrawal for effective processing. Quiet darkness offered necessary counterbalance to the day's unrelenting social engagement. "What did the players perform?" your mother asks your brother as the family settles into their simple accommodation, her question acknowledging his special dispensation while creating normal conversation to ease transition from public to private context. "A story about King Arthur," he answers, still animated despite evident fatigue. With painted cloth backgrounds and different hats for different characters, the woman playing Guinevere sang beautifully. This description, focusing on production elements and performance techniques rather than merely repeating narrative content, demonstrates medieval aesthetic appreciation developing even within peasant children despite limited exposure. Technical execution and skill demonstration registered alongside story elements. How something was presented mattered as much as what was presented. "And market news?" your mother continues, now directing her question toward your father's earlier conversation with the unknown woman. "Anything of note?" This intentionally general inquiry, avoiding specific reference to potentially sensitive information, maintains medieval household communication security while creating space for necessary information sharing. Family members developed contextual understanding of when detailed discussion could safely occur versus when general indications must suffice. "Word of our recent visitor has spread to other villages," your father replies equally vaguely. "People take interest in such matters, especially regarding skills that might be lost." This response, confirming information exchange occurred without specifying content, satisfies immediate communication needs while maintaining protective ambiguity. Medieval family information sharing operated through layered disclosure. Children received different levels of detail than adults, with full communication reserved for private contexts rather than semi-public lodging spaces. Conversation gradually diminishes as fatigue claims everyone after the day's unusual exertions. Medieval travel and market participation demanded extraordinary energy expenditure compared to routine village activities. Physical exhaustion typically curtailed extended evening interaction regardless of potential discussion topics. The night passes quickly in the simple shelter, sleep coming easily despite unfamiliar surroundings and hard sleeping surfaces. Medieval bodies, accustomed to physical discomfort and limited amenities, adapted readily to temporary conditions that approximated normal experience despite geographical displacement. Morning brings renewed energy and market possibilities. Medieval commercial patterns typically varied between consecutive fair days, different buyer populations, altered inventory as initial transactions created new needs and opportunities, and shifting negotiation positions as remaining trading days diminished and pressure to complete exchanges increased. Your mother leads today's early return to the market square, while your brother remains behind to help the farmer's household with morning chores, partial payment for continued lodging access. This arrangement demonstrates medieval economic flexibility where labour substituted for currency in many exchanges, particularly in temporary agreements without established price structures. "Your father seemed pleased with yesterday's trading," your mother comments as you walk together through morning quiet town streets, though he says little as always. This observation, noting emotional assessment through minimal expression, reflects medieval communication interpretation skills where significant meaning attached to subtle indicators rather than explicit declarations. Relationship longevity created capacity to recognize satisfaction, concern, or other emotions through small behavioral changes rather than direct statements. The woman who spoke with him seemed to know about Widow Cooper, you venture, testing whether more direct discussion might occur during this relative privacy while walking between locations. Your mother's pace changes slightly, barely perceptible hesitation before resuming normal stride. Many people know many things, she responds carefully, though knowing when to speak of them shows true wisdom. This gentle correction, redirecting from specific content toward general principle, continues the protective communication pattern established yesterday. Medieval children learned information security through such redirections. Direct instruction about concealment strategies created vulnerability, while experiential learning through observed adult behavior established durable patterns without explicit vulnerability. Reaching the market square reveals your father already engaged with potential customers despite the early hour. Unlike yesterday's gradual beginning, today's trading starts immediately. Medieval second-day market patterns typically featured faster engagement, as participants arrived with established objectives rather than general exploration intentions. 2 more wheels sold, he reports with satisfaction when you reach the family position, and half the remaining eggs, town baker purchased them directly for today's pastries. This early success, moving significant inventory before most sellers have completely established their displays, represents favorable medieval market positioning, location advantages, product quality reputation, and established first-day connections combine to create preferential purchasing patterns benefiting consistent participants. The thread merchant asked specifically if we'd returned, your father continues, indicating a well-appointed stall across the square, said he has finer grades than what your mother purchased yesterday, saved for preferred customers. This information about preferential access to limited goods demonstrates medieval market relationship development where initial transactions established patterns for subsequent exchanges. Merchant-customer relations extended beyond immediate transactions into ongoing networks, with accumulated privileges and obligations beneficial to both parties across multiple market cycles. We'll visit him before midday, your mother decides, already arranging today's modified display with remaining inventory. After securing the needles from the smith's wife, she promised to hold 3 for us until morning bell. This planned procurement sequence, prioritizing guaranteed reservations before exploring potential opportunities, demonstrates medieval shopping strategy where confirmed availability took precedence over speculative improvement. Limited resources required certainty-maximizing approaches rather than opportunity-maximizing risks when fulfilling essential household needs. The day's trading proceeds with increasing intensity as morning advances toward noon. Medieval market middle days typically featured peak activity, first day exploration completed, final day pressure not yet urgent, maximum buyer presence creating optimal exchange conditions for prepared sellers with established positions. Your family benefits from this pattern, completing transactions for nearly all remaining goods before midday meal break. Medieval market success often came in concentrated periods rather than consistent flow. Preparedness for opportunity surges distinguished experienced traders from occasional participants still developing commercial timing awareness. We've done well, your mother acknowledges as the family consolidates remaining items, a few bone buttons, 1 small cheese wheel, and several wooden spoons representing the only unsold inventory from your original offerings. Better than expected considering last year's poor trading. This comparative assessment, evaluating current outcomes against previous experience rather than abstract ideals, typifies medieval economic thinking. Success remained contextual rather than absolute. Improvement indicated effective strategy regardless of objective measurement against external standards or other participants' results. With trading responsibilities temporarily reduced, your father suggests family exploration of the fair's non-commercial aspects, the displays, performances, and social gathering functions that complemented economic exchanges in medieval market contexts. This transitional participation from sellers to observers represents privilege available primarily to those who've successfully completed primary commercial objectives before the final trading day. Stay together, he reminds, as your family moves beyond your assigned space into the fair's general circulation areas. And remember, we still have purchases to complete with our earnings. This dual instruction, maintaining family cohesion while acknowledging continuing economic purpose, balances medieval recreational opportunity with practical necessity. Even during apparent leisure, resource management remained primary consideration. Entertainment consumption occurred within carefully maintained awareness of limited expenditure capacity. The market's centre features a crude wooden platform where various entertainers perform in sequential displays, jugglers demonstrating improbable dexterity with everyday objects, musicians playing unfamiliar instruments from distant regions, storytellers recounting elaborate tales with dramatic vocal modulation and exaggerated physical expression. Medieval entertainment functioned differently than modern counterparts. Performances occurred in daylight rather than darkness. Audience participation remained active rather than passive, and content frequently combined educational, religious, and political elements alongside pure amusement. Spectators moved freely between different offerings, creating fluid audience configurations rather than static viewing arrangements. There, your brother points toward a distinctive figure moving through the crowd. The man in the hood, wasn't he at our village during the investigation? This observation, potentially identifying someone connected to Widow Cooper's case in this distant context, creates immediate tension within your family group. Medieval public recognition of authority representatives carried significant implications. Acknowledging such presence might create unwanted attention, while conspicuous avoidance could generate equal suspicion. Many people travel for markets, your father responds neutrally, neither confirming identification nor directing unusual avoidance behavior. We focus on our own business rather than others. This measured response, acknowledging the observation without attaching special significance, demonstrates medieval situational management techniques. Drawing attention through obvious reaction created greater risk than simple awareness. Controlled normal behavior provided better protection than conspicuous evasion when unexpected encounters occurred in public spaces. The hooded figure continues through the crowd without approaching your family, eventually disappearing among the market's dense humanity. Whether actual investigator or merely similar appearance remains undetermined. Medieval visual identification across contexts contained considerable uncertainty given limited prior exposure and contextual clothing changes. The thread merchant awaits, your mother reminds, deliberately shifting focus toward practical objectives rather than speculative concerns, and we should examine the wool seller's offerings before final decisions. This redirection from potential threat to definite responsibility typifies medieval risk management through attention control. Dwelling on dangers created neither solution nor protection, maintaining normal activity patterns while preserving situational awareness offered optimal balance between prudence and productivity. The family's market exploration continues through early afternoon, completing necessary purchases while experiencing the fair's broader cultural offerings. Medieval market participation involved continuous calibration between resource acquisition, information gathering, social interaction, and sensory experience, all occurring simultaneously rather than as discrete activities. By late afternoon, your family has largely accomplished its market objectives, selling most brought goods, acquiring needed supplies, and experiencing broader social context beyond village limitations. Medieval travel success typically meant achieving practical goals while remaining within safety parameters. Returning home with improved resource position represented ideal outcome regardless of any unexpected developments encountered. "We'll depart tomorrow at first light," your father announces as the family consolidates its position for the night, with everyone together rather than divided journey. This decision, prioritizing group travel over extended trading opportunity, reflects medieval risk assessment regarding return journeys. Traveling with accumulated goods created greater vulnerability than outward journeys with predominantly potential rather than actual value. Additional market presence offered diminishing returns compared to secure transport of already acquired resources. "I'll remain with our things tonight," your mother volunteers, indicating the family's purchases now requiring protection similar to previously guarded trade goods. "The rest should sleep properly for tomorrow's journey." This role reversal, mother replacing father in overnight market security, demonstrates medieval family flexibility within general gender patterns. While typical divisions existed, practical circumstances frequently created alternative arrangements based on specific needs rather than rigid role adherence. Your reduced family group returns to the temporary lodging, conversation focusing on tomorrow's preparations rather than the day's experiences. Medieval transition thinking emphasized forward planning rather than backward reflection, energy directed toward upcoming requirements rather than processing completed activities. "Did you notice?" your brother asks quietly after basic preparations conclude and adults have momentarily stepped outside, "the basket under the thread merchant's counter with the dried plants wrapped in cloth?" This observation, apparently minor yet specifically noted, suggests pattern recognition developing in younger generations through experiential transfer rather than explicit instruction. Medieval knowledge transmission frequently occurred through such indirect pathways. Significant details identified without explanation, creating foundations for later understanding when contextual frameworks developed sufficiently. Similar to mother's collections, you acknowledge cautiously, uncertain whether this conversation represents appropriate knowledge sharing or potentially dangerous speculation beyond established family communication boundaries. "And the symbol on the cloth wrapping," he continues, voice lowered further despite apparent privacy, "the same mark Widow Cooper used on her remedy bundles." This connection, linking observed market detail with village healer practices, demonstrates emerging medieval knowledge network awareness. Younger generations gradually recognize distributed but connected systems operating beneath official structures. Pattern identification preceded formal initiation into alternative knowledge communities existing alongside yet separate from institutional frameworks. "Some knowledge travels widely," you respond, echoing your mother's earlier careful phrasing, though speaking of its paths requires proper time and place. This cautious acknowledgement, confirming observation validity while deferring detailed discussion, maintains medieval information security protocols even between siblings. Protective communication habits extended throughout family systems. Even apparent privacy received appropriate skepticism given medieval monitoring realities where walls provided visual but not auditory separation. Conversation shifts toward more ordinary topics as adults return, medieval social calibration automatically adjusting to changed audience composition. Knowledge compartmentalization occurred naturally within family systems. Different conversations happened in different configurations, creating layered understanding distributed across household members rather than uniform information access. Evening brings early retirement as tomorrow's journey demands maximum rest for effective completion. Medieval travel preparation emphasized physical recovery. Bodily readiness took precedence over mental or emotional considerations when preparing for significant exertion under potentially challenging conditions. Your final night away from the village passes quickly, sleep coming easily despite anticipatory thoughts about returning home. Medieval adaptation to temporary circumstances allowed effective rest even during transitional periods. Bodies accustomed to discomfort and minds conditioned for hazard awareness maintained recovery capacity despite suboptimal conditions. Morning arrives with familiar purpose, efficient preparation, minimal conversation, and focused activity characterizing departure sequences similar to previous days' beginning patterns but directed toward journey rather than trading. Medieval consistency across different contexts created operational efficiency. Routine elements remained constant while specific objectives changed according to circumstances. Your mother rejoins the family as planned, reporting uneventful night watch and secure maintenance of all acquired goods. This successful completion, protection without incident, represents ideal medieval overnight outcome, absence of disturbance, indicating effective deterrence through visible vigilance rather than active defensive engagement. The road should be busy with returning traders, your father observes as final preparations conclude, safety in numbers if we maintain reasonable pace. This assessment, identifying both advantage and requirement, demonstrates medieval travel strategy development through experience. Group protection required participation within general movement patterns, falling behind or advancing significantly beyond companion travelers sacrificed collective security benefits regardless of individual capability preferences. As your family departs the market town, joining streams of similar groups heading toward various destinations, the medieval world temporarily expands around you. Different accents, varied clothing styles, and diverse trading goods creating visible evidence of the broader society existing beyond village boundaries. This expanded awareness, brief but significant, represents one of market travel's most valuable outcomes regardless of economic success or specific material acquisitions. The journey homeward has begun, carrying not just physical goods but new knowledge, expanded perspectives, and strengthened family capabilities after successful navigation of complex social and economic exchanges beyond familiar territory. Medieval resilience developed through such experiences. Each journey beyond village boundaries reinforced adaptive capacity for future challenges while connecting isolated communities into broader networks despite institutional barriers and physical distances. The journey home from a medieval fair follows different rhythms than the outward path. While anticipation drives the trip toward market with urgent energy, the return journey carries a steadier pace. The satisfaction of completed exchanges balanced against physical fatigue and the weight of acquired goods replacing traded items. "We've done well," your father comments as your family joins the steady stream of travellers leaving town. His simple assessment contains genuine satisfaction rarely expressed about village activities. Medieval peasant life offered few opportunities for measurable accomplishment beyond basic survival. Successful market trading represented tangible achievement worth acknowledging. The road back to Thornfield fills with similar family groups, temporary travelling communities formed through shared destination directions and practical safety considerations. Medieval journeys created brief social configurations that transcended normal village boundaries. Conversations occurred between people who might otherwise never interact despite living relatively near each other. "Your cheese wheels have growing reputation," mentions a trader walking near your mother, his own cart loaded with purchased iron tools. "Heard the baker praising their consistency to another merchant yesterday." This casual information, market reputation extending beyond direct transactions, represents valuable medieval social capital. Future trading opportunities depended on cumulative impression rather than single interactions. Reported third-party approval carried greater weight than personal claims about product quality. "Kind of him to say so," your mother responds with appropriate modesty, despite evident pleasure at the compliment. Medieval social protocols discouraged direct pride while permitting acknowledgement of others' positive assessments. Accomplishment recognition operated through this indirect channel rather than personal declaration. Morning travels smoothly along the main road, where packed earth provides relatively stable footing compared to village paths still muddy from recent rains. Medieval infrastructure quality directly reflected economic importance. Trade routes received prioritized maintenance compared to purely local connections despite limited overall resources for public works. By midday, your family reaches the junction where smaller paths branch from the main road towards scattered villages, including your own Thornfield route. These divergence points marked transition from relative security to increased vulnerability. Smaller paths meant fewer fellow travellers and consequently reduced group protection against potential threats. "We'll rest briefly before turning homeward," your father decides, indicating a small clearing used for exactly this purpose by generations of market travellers. Such informal but established way stations emerged organically at strategic points along medieval travel routes. Rest areas, water sources, and landmark features created navigational infrastructure through repeated use rather than planned development. The modest meal shared at this junction, bread, cheese, and small beer carried from market, tastes particularly satisfying after morning exertion. Medieval travel created heightened appreciation for simple provisions. Food consumed between secure locations carried both physical and psychological nourishment beyond mere caloric value. "Will we reach home before dark?" your brother asks, his enthusiasm for market experiences now yielding to anticipation of familiar surroundings after days away. "If we maintain steady pace," your father confirms, though the cart pulls heavier with our purchases than it did with cheese. This practical observation, comparing outbound versus return weight distribution, reflects medieval physical awareness. Travel assessments incorporated multiple factors beyond simple distance. Load characteristics, terrain variations, and daylight availability all factored into journey planning regardless of familiar routes. As your family prepares to leave the junction, an unexpected encounter occurs. A monk travelling alone approaches from a connecting path, his brown robes and tonsured head immediately identifying his clerical status. Medieval religious travellers moved with relative safety, even without companions. Their official protection through church affiliation theoretically deterred interference, though practical experience varied considerably. "God's blessings on your journey," the monk offers as standard greeting, stopping near your resting place. "Travellers from Thornfield, yes?" This specific identification, naming your village without prior introduction, creates immediate alertness within your family. Medieval stranger interactions proceeded cautiously. Unexpected knowledge suggested either community connection or potentially concerning surveillance. "We are," your father acknowledges with appropriate respect toward religious authority while maintaining protective reserve, returning from spring fair. "Excellent," the monk responds, seeming genuinely pleased by this confirmation. "I travel toward your parish with letters for Father Thomas. Perhaps we might journey together for mutual protection." This request, logical yet unexpected, presents your father with complex considerations. Medieval travel companions provided security benefits, but also created obligations and potential complications. Religious travelers particularly carried ambiguous status during the current climate of witch investigations and church scrutiny. "We welcome the company," your father finally decides, medieval hospitality customs and practical safety concerns outweighing potential risks, though we maintain modest pace with our loaded cart. "Perfect for my aging legs," the monk responds with surprising humour, patting his walking staff with exaggerated relief. "Brother Michael of Glastonbury Abbey, at your service." This introduction, naming both himself and his significant institutional affiliation, offers important context for the unexpected companion. Glastonbury represented major ecclesiastical presence rather than local parish structure. A travelling monk from such establishment carried different implications than local diocesan representatives involved in recent village disruptions. As your family group resumes travel with the monk alongside, conversation remains carefully general, weather conditions, road quality, and market observations, providing safe topics, avoiding potentially sensitive village matters. Medieval conversation management with institutional representatives followed protective protocols regardless of apparent friendliness or specific affiliation distinctions. "I understand your village experienced recent ecclesiastical visitation," Brother Michael eventually mentions as the journey progresses, introducing the precise subject your family had avoided: Bishop's investigator seeking evidence of unorthodox practices. This direct reference, acknowledging specific knowledge about Widow Cooper's situation without naming her directly, creates immediate tension despite casual delivery. Medieval religious figures operated within information networks separate from secular communication. Their awareness frequently exceeded local expectations regardless of physical presence during actual events. The bishop's representative conducted inquiries. Yes, your father confirms without elaboration, medieval response strategy providing minimal information when direct questioning couldn't be entirely avoided. Brother Michael nods thoughtfully, seemingly unsurprised by this limited acknowledgement. Similar investigations have occurred throughout the region recently, he continues conversationally, creating considerable disruption to spring planting and ordinary parish functions. This contextual expansion, framing Thornfield's experience within broader pattern rather than isolated incident, subtly shifts conversational direction away from specific village circumstances toward general ecclesiastical policy discussion. Medieval communication frequently employed such widening techniques when navigating potentially dangerous topics, moving from particular to general created safer discussion space. The Church naturally concerns itself with proper observance, the monk continues, when your family offers no specific response to his previous observation, though Glastonbury's abbot has expressed concern regarding overzealous application without sufficient evidence or consideration for community well-being. This statement, indicating potential internal church disagreement regarding which investigations, presents surprising perspective from unexpected source. Medieval ecclesiastical structures contained considerable diversity despite apparent institutional unity. Different orders, monasteries, and leadership figures sometimes maintained significantly varied positions on practical implementation of theoretical doctrines. Your father listens without immediate response, medieval caution preventing premature engagement even with apparently sympathetic ecclesiastical representative. Experience taught thorough assessment before revealing village perspectives or specific information regarding controversial matters, particularly to institutional figures regardless of apparent alignment. Father Thomas serves your parish admirably, Brother Michael adds, after allowing silence to extend naturally. His letters to Glastonbury demonstrate genuine pastoral concern for his flock rather than merely enforcing doctrinal compliance. This specific connection, revealing ongoing correspondence between your village priest and Glastonbury Abbey, provides crucial contextual information explaining both the monk's journey purpose and his detailed knowledge of local circumstances. Medieval communication networks operated through such institutional relationships. Information travelled through established channels alongside official documents rather than through public declaration. Father Thomas cares deeply for the village. Your mother contributes, her first direct participation in this sensitive conversation reflecting careful assessment of relative safety based on newly revealed connections. During difficult times especially, this measured acknowledgement, confirming priest's positive character without specifying particular actions during Widow Cooper's investigation, represents calibrated medieval response to potentially sympathetic authority figure. Verification without detailed disclosure maintained protective boundaries while establishing potential basis for limited trust development. Indeed, Brother Michael agrees warmly. His concern for traditional healing knowledge particularly impressed our herbarium master, who maintains extensive correspondence with practitioners throughout the region. This statement, directly acknowledging healing practices while connecting them to prestigious monastic tradition rather than suspicious folk practices, creates significant conversational opening. Medieval monastery herbaria maintained extensive medicinal knowledge collections. Association with such institutional frameworks potentially legitimize practices that might otherwise attract suspicion when performed by village healers without official sanction. Many villages maintain such knowledge, your father observes carefully, testing this apparent opening without committing to specific local information, though recent investigations have created understandable caution regarding its preservation and transmission. This response, acknowledging general reality while avoiding village-specific details, maintains medieval communication discipline while exploring potential alliance. Information security required consistent protection regardless of apparent opportunity. Gradual trust development proceeded through iterative exchange rather than immediate disclosure. Precisely the concern Father Thomas expressed, Brother Michael confirms, creating direct connection between your father's statement and previously referenced correspondence. Glastonbury believes valuable healing traditions should be preserved within proper devotional framework rather than lost through indiscriminate suppression. As conversation continues along the gradually narrowing path toward Thornfield, subtle but significant information exchange occurs through carefully structured dialogue. Medieval communication operated through such layered interaction, important content embedded within seemingly ordinary conversation, with shared understanding developing through contextual interpretation rather than explicit declaration. By late afternoon, your travelling group approaches familiar territory, landmarks recognisable from lifelong experience rather than general navigational features. Medieval spatial awareness developed through repeated interaction with specific environmental elements, individual trees, distinctive rock formations, and unique landscape configurations created personally meaningful navigation systems beyond standardized directional knowledge. Your village appears well situated, Brother Michael observes as Thornfield's church tower becomes visible in the distance. Good water access, protected valley position, reasonable proximity to market town. This geographical assessment, appreciating practical aspects of village location, demonstrates sophisticated medieval environmental understanding. Settlement sustainability depended on multiple interconnected factors beyond simple agricultural potential. Resource access, defensive positioning, and economic connection opportunities all contributed to community viability across generations. Our ancestors chose wisely, your father acknowledges, medieval historical consciousness naturally connecting present circumstances with past decisions. Continuity between generations represented fundamental conceptual framework. Current villagers implemented choices made by predecessor communities while making decisions affecting future inhabitants within continuous historical progression. As your family approaches the village outskirts, familiar activities become visible. Women gathering at the communal well, children driving livestock toward evening enclosures, men returning from fieldwork with tools over shoulders. Medieval daily patterns created predictable rhythms, regardless of individual household absence. Community functions continued through distributed responsibility systems rather than centralized coordination. Thomas calls a village woman upon noticing your returning party. They've returned from market. This announcement, spreading quickly through the settlement, demonstrates medieval community awareness. Individual household activities affected collective knowledge and resource distribution. Market journey completion represented significant information relevant to multiple families beyond those directly involved in the travel itself. Your arrival creates modest gathering as neighbours approach with questions about market conditions, available goods encountered, and news gathered during your absence. Medieval villages depended on such traveller reports for external information. Those who journeyed beyond local boundaries served crucial communication function alongside their specific trading purposes. Brother Michael observes these interactions with evident interest, his presence generating curious glances but no direct questioning given his obvious religious status. Medieval clerical travellers received automatic respect regardless of specific identity or purpose. Village protocols directed attention toward returning residents rather than their accompanying religious companion. "I'll continue to the church," the monk informs your father as the impromptu gathering continues. "Please accept my gratitude for your travelling companionship." This polite departure, removing himself from family reunion while acknowledging shared journey, demonstrates medieval social awareness regarding appropriate presence boundaries. Religious representatives recognized when community interactions benefited from their absence. Discretion sometimes meant physical withdrawal despite theoretical authority to remain present. As Brother Michael continues toward the church where Father Thomas presumably awaits his correspondence delivery, your family completes its village re-entry through familiar welcoming rituals. Medieval return protocols emphasized continuity restoration through established patterns. Questions answered, observations shared, and connections re-established through structured interaction rather than emotional demonstration. The garden needs immediate attention, your mother notes after reaching your cottage and completing initial homecoming assessment. Spring growth waits for no one, market journey or otherwise. This practical focus, identifying necessary tasks rather than dwelling on travel experiences, represents medieval transition efficiency. Reintegration into daily patterns occurred through immediate resumption of essential activities. Reflection remained secondary to functional restoration of household operations interrupted by temporary absence. Tomorrow brings bridge work rotation, your father similarly notes, medieval male responsibility awareness matching your mother's domestic focus. External obligations resumed alongside household requirements. Community service and family duties maintained parallel importance within integrated medieval responsibility frameworks. Evening brings quieter family reintegration as younger siblings excitedly examine modest market acquisitions, needles wrapped in protective cloth, small salt package secured against moisture, thread skeins carefully wound for storage until needed. Medieval material culture assigned significant value to such ordinary items. Tools enabling household production represented important investments rather than casual purchases. And for you, your mother tells your younger sister, producing small honey cake carefully preserved throughout the journey home, for minding Aunt Martha and completing extra water carrying. This promised reward, remembered and delivered despite journey complexities, demonstrates medieval commitment fulfillment. Parental reliability established fundamental trust relationships. Promised consequences, whether positive or negative, manifested consistently regardless of intervening circumstances or potential adult convenience. Night gradually settles over the village, familiar sounds replacing market clamour and travel movements, distant cow lowing as final milking concludes, neighbours calling children for evening meals, church bell marking evening prayer time. Medieval sensory landscapes varied dramatically between locations. Home environments provided recognisable soundscapes, creating security through predictability after travel-induced novelty. We should check the herb garden tomorrow, your mother mentions quietly to you while preparing evening meal. See what's emerged during our absence. This seemingly ordinary observation carries additional significance given recent events and today's unexpected monastic encounter. Medieval communication frequently employed such practical statements to convey deeper meaning. Garden assessment potentially includes evaluation of hidden medicinal plants preserved despite Widow Cooper's departure and subsequent investigation. Supper consists of simple travel provisions supplemented by vegetables your aunt maintained during your absence. Medieval meals emphasized practical consumption rather than elaborate preparation, particularly during transition periods between special circumstances and normal patterns. Thomas says the bridge repair continues tomorrow regardless of market absence, your father informs the family between mouthfuls. The recent rains weakened the eastern support further. This information, community work proceeding despite individual household circumstances, reinforces medieval collective priority frameworks. Infrastructure maintenance transcended personal convenience. Shared resources required consistent attention regardless of particular family situations or temporary disruptions. After eating, your family settles into familiar evening patterns. Mending tasks resumed, simple crafts continued, quiet conversation replacing the constant market noise and travel vigilance of recent days. Medieval households transitioned between activity states through such decompression periods, gradual re-establishment of normal sensory environments and physical movements, creating psychological continuity despite temporary disruption. "Did you learn anything interesting at market?" your younger sister asks hopefully, seeking vicarious experience through family narratives after missing direct participation. "Many things," your brother responds, medieval knowledge sharing beginning through structured storytelling rather than haphazard recollection. The player performances included trained birds carrying small messages between audience members, a merchant from London displayed a map showing lands beyond our kingdom, and the baker used special ovens that turned without human hands pushing them. These selected observations, emphasizing extraordinary elements rather than ordinary transactions, demonstrate medieval narrative priorities when translating experience for non-participants. Exceptional circumstances received primary attention. Routine activities, regardless of practical importance, generated less detailed description despite potentially greater household impact. As darkness deepens, conversation gradually diminishes. Medieval evening activities followed natural light patterns despite occasional candle or firelight extension, biological rhythms aligned with environmental conditions rather than artificial illumination, overriding natural transition cues. "Tomorrow brings normal routine," your father announces as the family prepares for sleep in their familiar cottage after nights in temporary accommodations. "Fields need attention after our absence." This statement, establishing immediate return to standard patterns, reinforces medieval continuity despite temporary disruption. Market journeys represented exceptional rather than transformative experiences. Village life resumed its fundamental rhythms regardless of brief exposure to broader world connections or unusual encounters during travel. Before sleep claims the household entirely, a quiet knock at the cottage door creates momentary tension. Medieval evening visitors typically signaled emergency rather than casual interaction. Unexpected arrivals after darkness generated immediate alertness regardless of generally secure village environment. Your father opens the door cautiously to reveal Father Thomas, his expression suggesting purposeful visit rather than crisis response. "Forgive the late intrusion," the priest begins with appropriate acknowledgement of social boundary crossing. "Brother Michael mentioned travelling with your family today." This explanation, connecting unexpected visit with earlier encounter, provides necessary context for unusual timing. Medieval social protocols permitted exception to standard patterns when sufficient justification existed. Direct reference to shared experience with external witness established legitimate basis for normal pattern disruption. "Please enter," your father invites. Medieval hospitality obligations transcending inconvenient timing when directed toward religious representatives. "We've only recently returned ourselves." "I'll be brief," Father Thomas assures as he steps inside, medieval clerical awareness regarding household disruption evident in his demeanour. Brother Michael brought letters from Glastonbury Abbey, including one specifically concerning matters we've discussed previously. This careful reference, acknowledging prior conversations without explicitly mentioning Widow Cooper or healing practices, maintains medieval discretion patterns. Even within presumably safe contexts, direct references to potentially dangerous topics remain limited. Circumlocution provided protection through plausible alternative interpretations if conversations were subsequently reported. The Abbey's herbarium master seeks consultation regarding regional plant knowledge, the priest continues, producing sealed parchment from his sleeve, particularly documentation of traditional applications before such information might be lost through various circumstances. This framing, positioning folk healing knowledge within prestigious institutional project rather than suspect local practice, represents medieval protective recategorization, activities potentially vulnerable to persecution under one classification received different treatment when associated with approved authority structures. Identical practices changed status through institutional affiliation rather than actual content modification. Those with relevant knowledge might consider correspondence, Father Thomas suggests, without specifying particular individuals. Brother Michael assures that Glastonbury maintains considerable independence from diocesan investigations and prioritizes preservation of God's natural remedies for human benefit. This opportunity, offering potential protection for threatened healing traditions through monastic association, presents significant development following recent village disruption. Medieval resistance strategies frequently involved such institutional alliance formation. Vulnerable practices gained protection through connection with powerful organizations sharing particular interests despite broader structural conflicts. "We'll consider this information carefully," your father responds with appropriate respect while avoiding specific commitment. Medieval opportunity assessment required thorough evaluation rather than immediate acceptance, regardless of apparent advantage. Caution regarding religious institutional relationships remained essential despite potential benefits. The matter needn't be decided immediately, Father Thomas acknowledges, understanding the necessary deliberation such proposals required. Brother Michael remains 3 days before returning to Glastonbury. Those with relevant interests might speak with him directly if preferred. This flexible arrangement, offering multiple communication pathways rather than single prescribed approach, demonstrates medieval pragmatic problem-solving. Alternative connection methods accommodated varied comfort levels regarding institutional engagement. Indirect consultation remained available for those preferring distance from official registration despite participatory interest. The priest departs shortly thereafter, leaving the sealed parchment for further household consideration. Medieval information transfer frequently utilized such physical documents despite limited literacy. Written materials served authentication and authorization functions beyond mere content transmission, with verbal explanation providing necessary context for those unable to read directly. "Interesting development," your mother observes after Father Thomas leaves, medieval understatement masking significant implications. Perhaps Widow Cooper's knowledge continues through unexpected channels. This cautious assessment, acknowledging potential opportunity without excessive enthusiasm, reflects medieval institutional skepticism. Historical experience taught careful evaluation of apparent alliance offers regardless of immediate appeal. Verification preceded commitment when navigating complex political relationships between village practices and external power structures. Your family discusses the unexpected proposal briefly before fatigue claims further conversation. Medieval decision-making frequently proceeded through interrupted deliberation rather than continuous analysis. Important matters received initial consideration, followed by rest periods, allowing unconscious processing before subsequent discussion and eventual determination. As household members settle into their familiar sleeping positions, arrangements temporarily abandoned during market journey but instantly resumed upon return, the conversation gradually fades into comfortable silence. Medieval sleep patterns prioritized physical recovery through immediate transition rather than extended pre-sleep activities. Body exhaustion typically overcame mental stimulation regardless of significant developments requiring future attention. Through the cottage's single window, stars appear in patterns unchanged since your ancestors first established Thornfield generations earlier. Medieval continuity transcended individual experiences or particular historical moments. Natural cycles provided reassuring consistency. Despite institutional disruptions, spiritual investigations, or temporary market journeys beyond familiar boundaries. Life in medieval England continues its fundamental patterns, field work awaiting tomorrow's attention, village obligations requiring renewed commitment, seasonal progression demanding appropriate response regardless of recent distractions. Yet within these seemingly unchanging structures, adaptation occurs through careful navigation of institutional relationships, selective information sharing, and strategic alliance formation when necessary for preserving essential knowledge across generations despite official opposition. As sleep approaches, your thoughts drift between market memories, Brother Michael's unexpected appearance, and the mysterious parchment now sitting on your family's single table. Medieval minds processed complex social developments within ordinary daily patterns. Extraordinary events integrated into continuous experience through gradual absorption rather than dramatic distinction from normal existence. The cottage grows quiet except for familiar nighttime sounds, family breathing, occasional animal movements outside, wind finding small openings in thatched roof or wattle walls. Medieval sleeping environments maintained connection with natural surroundings. Enclosed spaces provided relative protection rather than complete separation from external conditions. Tomorrow brings renewed immersion in the ordinary yet complex world of medieval England, a place of hardship and beauty, danger and community, ignorance and wisdom existing simultaneously within the same society, often within the same individuals. This world, your world, continues its progression through seasons and generations, adapting while maintaining essential continuity despite external pressures or internal disruptions. As consciousness fades towards sleep, your medieval body relaxes into well-earned rest after journey exertion, while your medieval mind transitions toward dreams filled with market images, monastic encounters, and potential futures where threatened knowledge finds unexpected protection through ancient institutions seeking alliance with village wisdom against common threats. In this moment between wakefulness and sleep, medieval reality appears most clearly, complex rather than simple, adaptive rather than static, filled with human ingenuity, navigating institutional constraints through community cooperation and strategic relationship formation across apparent social boundaries. This world, difficult yet familiar, challenging yet home, carries you into peaceful sleep as it has countless generations before and will continue for centuries yet to come. Your breathing slows, matching the gentle rhythm of your family around you, secure in the knowledge that medieval life continues its endless cycles of planting and harvest, work and rest, danger and safety, all flowing together into the river of human experience, connecting your medieval moment with countless others before and after as sleep finally claims you completely.